My apologies for interrupting your amazing conversations. We were trying to fix a small hitch for
everyone.
I think I'll only echo Buba's remark of hoping for aha moments as this morning comes along. Welcome to Safaricom. As we look at today's investors, the Spark Accelerator Investor Day, what I'd like to highlight is it's a celebration of months of hard work, validating, buying startups, showing resilience, innovation, and we hope that this will be a milestone in terms of demonstrating the vibrancy of the ecosystem and startups in this market. Kenya last year saw about $600 million of venture capital being invested in the country, which means that Kenya last year was the top investment destination in Africa. About 29% of total VC funds that got plowed into it.
What we hope out of this event is we'll top that number and start seeing a lot more interest in a very vibrant ecosystem. You know, this week for us at Safaricom, a lot of engagement around the tech space and the tech sector. Some of you have been involved in Decode, which is our forum for engaging with the development and the youth throughout this week. That was being held at the Sarit Center. That was really great to see the kind of ideas and the kind of engagement that the youth want to see in the tech space. Today now caps this week from an innovation perspective around what we'd like to do in the startup space in the ecosystem. We had the Principal Secretary at Decode, Principal Secretary John Tanui. And one of the things he highlighted is just how important a vibrant technology ecosystem is for the country. It's part of their pillars from a campaign perspective, but more importantly, this is how we're going to create the jobs that are needed to be created in this country. It's how we shift the country in terms of manufacturing from roughly 7–10% of GDP to a target of 25%. And it's also how we shift the value addition that the country sells out in the market. So we really look forward to this also being part of the platforms that hopefully help attain the country's goals. Our ambition as Safaricom is to be Africa's leading purpose-led technology company. And today's Spark Day demo means that we're doing two things. One, it's part of our transition as you move from a telcom into a techco. And our strategy around that is how we build solutions and propositions for our customers, layering on our core platforms of M-Pesa, of our connectivity, and the devices we now offer in the market. The second part of it is purpose. And if you look at purpose, being as a large company, as a critical enabler in this economy, ability to enable the ecosystem to thrive in terms of helping entrepreneurs, in terms of guiding entrepreneurs, is core to what we want to achieve as Safaricom. It's a vision shared with our partners, and I must call them out. Sumitomo Corporation, I see Hirose is here with us, and Yuki. M-Pesa Africa, iHub, who are implementing partners, and supporting partners Vodacom, AWS, and PwC. I see the team from PwC are here this morning. Today we celebrate our first cohort. To give you a sense of this, we screened roughly 200 names to come with these names as the first cohort. They are HealthX Africa, VunaPay, Black Rhino VR, Twiva, Chpter, Chirpy, Nobuk Africa, FaidiHR, and Chumz. We have spent with them, and together our partners, PwC, legal counsel, and various mentors, helping them refine their business cases, refine their model, refining their tech. Already we're seeing successes coming through. For instance, Chumz have already now integrated as part of our Daraja API for payment processing and have onboarded 72,000 new customers in the course of the year. Twiva, sorry, that deserves a hand. Twiva has successfully deployed their mini app within the M-Pesa consumer app. HealthX and Chpter mini apps are under review and will go live on our M-Pesa platform and the business apps respectively in April of this year, so within a month. Also a hand for Twiva and HealthX and Chpter. More importantly, with our partners AWS, they have received $25,000 in AWS credits for their technology infrastructure, so helping them on their build already. Black Rhino has partnered with Safaricom Hook in a marketing campaign across 11 universities, and they have gone on to win, as a result of that, Best Emerging Technology in Marketing Campaign at the 2024 Marketing Society of Kenya Annual Gala Awards. They deserve a clap for that. FaidiHR and Chirpy, I haven't mentioned yet. FaidiHR and Chirpy are being onboarded on Safaricom Enterprise Business Hub as SaaS partners, which will give them access to over 1 million customers and SMEs, and HealthX is partnering with our digital services tribe to launch Afia Daily. Those two also deserve a clap. To date, with and beyond this program, these startups have already raised about 400 million. So it's a testament to what they are able to do, and the tech builds and the business enhancements we've done with them will help them hopefully raise a lot more capital. I also take this chance to announce that following today's close of the demo day, we will be opening up the invites for a call for applications for the second cohort of the Spark Accelerator. And we're hoping that runs until May 15th. So we look forward to the next generation of startups that can be supported, can be helped, and hopefully funded through this program. So with that, it's not a day of speeches, it's a day for the startups. I wish you all a fun day. I wish you all an engaging day. And I wish you all, as I think Mbugo has mentioned, aha moments that helped us evolve and grow our ecosystem of startups in this country. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks, Michael. And always speaks about the running theme with Safaricom, partnerships for growth. And how do you use already available resources to catalyze, or the term in startup ecosystem is to help others achieve escape velocity. Those numbers are pretty impressive there, not only because of the partnership, but because most of these startups are actually sharing their journey and their story online. Speaking with the team from Chpter earlier, and they're telling me, anytime we post something and then you retweet it or you repost it, it gets us that more traction. So it takes a village, because one of the key things I'm really passionate about is to see us become net creators of value. We've been consumers for such a long time that we need to now start building and backing our own ideas that then scratch our own itch. Because sometimes it takes one to understand, if you're in the transport industry, to understand that pain. If you're in the healthcare industry, given all the things that are happening, to understand if there's an innovative solution that could come from someone who has a lived-in experience and not thinking of the stuff off the top of their head. So thank you for those remarks. Now, to kick off the next session, we have a dynamic panel. And for this one, I'll ask Karanja Gishiri, who will be having a conversation with some of the startups who've been through this program. And as Karanja comes on the stage, help me welcome him on stage. He will be in conversation with representatives from Twiva, Chumz, Chpter, and HealthX as they share their insights and experiences through the program. So representatives from these organizations kindly join on stage as well. Stage is yours.
All right. Good morning. Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. Very good. I'm really excited to be here. I hope you are. So we have our first. This is Spark Cohort 1, and like with any other initiative or experiment, it has its ups and downs rather, its successes and the rest. But we thought we'd have a session to just have, just listen to the first cohort members giving us the experience of what the Spark Accelerator has been. They are best placed to tell us whether it has been a success or not. And I'll kick off by having a couple of questions to the panelists. But first and foremost, let's just first get to meet them. So let's start with you, John. Just get to introduce yourselves. Who are you? What do you do? And then we'll go round, and after that, I'll ask a few questions.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is John Chpter, co-founder and CEO, which stands for Chief Everything Officer at Chpter. As you can imagine, that's what startups CEOs do. My daily tasks involve around sales, partnerships with customers. At Chpter, we serve and work closely with the chief financial officers to automate a lot of their daily mundane tasks. Quite a revolutionary area with a big market to tackle. I think that's about it. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joy Mwangi, COO and co-founder at Twiva, and we are a social commerce platform that basically does one thing and we're very passionate about, and that's youth employment, and we'll tell you more about that. So as the COO, I basically serve around strategic partnerships in terms of operations and growth of the business, and we can't wait to have the ahas of what we have garnered from this program, so we're very, very excited this morning.
Good morning. Good morning once again. Startup A, Startup R. Awesome. Yeah, so first of all, I'm very excited to be in this space. I think anywhere we are discussing about ideas is a very powerful space. My name is Samuel Njuguna. I'm the CEO and founder of a company known as Chumz. We define Chumz as a goal-based savings and investment app that utilizes behavioral psychology and gamification to guide you on how and when to save. Basically, we are making savings fun. Yes. I hope you have it on your phone. If not, my other task as a CEO is to get you to have the app. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Roy Bore. I'm the CEO of HealthX Africa. I'm joined by my team members here. We are leading an exciting company in the health space where the role we are playing is to transform healthcare in Kenya and also Africa. And our vision is a doctor for every Kenyan, and we'll be telling you more about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So let's maybe kick off with Twiva, Joy. If you could kindly speak to us about your experience at Spark as Twiva, but also what challenges have you faced in particular as Twiva, more so when it comes to scaling your product. A key tenet of Spark is accelerating growth, right? So we're keen to find out what have been the challenges, if any, scaling your product, and how has this program in particular helped you navigate those challenges?
Super. I think anytime you ask a founder about challenges, the first thing is, where? But it's very exciting, and I jotted down my notes because there have been quite a number of aha moments with our challenges, and most of the opportunities that came from the program. So 3 things just to narrow down was access to market and network, it was access to tech support, and also in terms of investment. Now, when we look at our challenges as Twiva, first and foremost, our 3 vertical means that as a social commerce platform, we're working with merchants, we're working with influencers who are the young people, and we're working with the customer. So it starts with acquisition, and you find that with the engine to work, for brands to get the value, they need young people to be able to actually sell for them, and they get to earn from it. And so the first partnership we got into Safaricom with was the S-Hook, right? So far we have visited 4 universities, and we moved our base of influencers from 15,000 to 26,000. That was almost twice the number that we had, and that was a big win for us. The second thing was in terms of networking. So I remember our peer-to-peer engagement and sessions was very exciting. Every time we went to iHub, every other week, and we're talking to other founders, not just to understand what challenges are there, but also what opportunities are we learning across the sectors. But secondly, we were also able to have mentors who would come in. We're talking about GSMA, we're talking about M-Pesa Africa, we're talking about Sumitoyo, and they'd come and say, hey, we have gone before you, and I mean, Safaricom is a big brother, and they're saying, how do we teach you what we have learned in the years of where we have been, and how can you then begin to adopt? And so with that, we actually went for the Latitude 59. I think as Twiva, our biggest win was that we actually got a chance to go to Estonia to pitch for the investor demo day, which will be happening this year. We're also getting an opportunity to go to France for the Imagine Valley to be able to pitch as well. And so with that, I think the expansion in terms of our networks and partnerships has been great. But also another aha moment was that we got a partnership with Alibaba Group, which was huge for Twiva, because what that meant is that we're able to diversify our product offering on the platform, and that couldn't have happened if it wasn't for Safaricom. And when you think about investment, which I hope we're working out of here with, we got investment readiness, right? So being able to understand how do you have your books and your DD in place so that every person who potentially can actually support you would be able to do that. So I mean, those are some of the challenges and I mean the successes that we have walked out of with today.
Can you see the smile on my face, eh? Very, very good, eh? But I think let's go to Chumz. And Chumz is an exciting app, which I personally enjoy using. But I think the question for Chumz is with hindsight, all right? What have been the most valuable lessons you have gained from the Spark Accelerator?
I think, so one of the things we realized that's very powerful, in our space we are dealing with the trust, because we are dealing with people's money. And when you are a startup, you have the usual struggles of you're trying to set up, but then again with money, you have the whole, you're trying to sell trust to users. By brand association, we got a lot of brand transfers, and I was telling Kevin, one of our big wins were the mentions you are giving us on social media, because now that would enhance that trust that if Safaricom is doing this, then by proxy, they have done their due diligence, and then this is a solid or a legit business that we can trust with money. So you'd have some of the mentions you did, like I remember there's a day you posted and in a single day we got like 3,000 users. Yeah, so, wow. So if there's someone from marketing, to another post.
No, very good, very good. I can see some of my colleagues in the marketing department. So Asanteni Sana, you can see the good work that you have done, and that's a great testimonial. But I'm curious to you, Roy, right? When you think about the experience within Spark, in particular as HealthX, right? What advice would you give to startups who are coming in? Mike just announced we will soon be launching the second cohort of the Spark Accelerator. You are, quote unquote, our guinea pig, but what advice would you give to any startup on how to maximize value from the Spark Accelerator?
Thanks, Karanja. I think the first thing is we were very happy guinea pigs and we really enjoyed. The first thing is be able to absorb from your cohort members. I really enjoyed, and it's not something I was expecting, is to meet very brilliant minds as cohort members. And we really learned a lot from each other, even away from the program. We've managed to think of ideas, including today morning, thinking of ideas and how we can help transform each other's business. You also learn a thing or two about to transform and change your business from other founders. Because it's an interesting space operating in this economy where things are tough, purchasing power is low. So it's a lot of learning from cohort members. So that's number one. Number two is be ready to learn and relearn. Because you're coming into the Accelerator program thinking you know everything, thinking you figure it out. But once you get in there and you're meeting specialists, you're meeting thought leaders from different sectors, you really have to be ready as a founder to unlearn and relearn. Because founders are very passionate about what they do. So when they're coming into this program, they don't want to lose their baby. They don't want to lose what they've been doing. So be ready to remove that and start afresh. I would say the last thing is try and have those side conversations with the thought leaders. What I really enjoyed almost the most was meeting thought leaders. For example, Mutiga came and told us about his days in banking. We met guys, Sitoyo told us about the way they used to do pool tables when he was in high school. We met Jesse Moore from Mkopa. So very interesting conversations, and those one-on-one interactions were really amazing because you get to learn from founders who've made it and what they did, what the secret of success is. So the guys coming in May, please apply. I think the opportunity is massive. So away from the capital that Joy is expecting, the opportunity is massive. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Oh, great, great. And John, we've been privileged enough to have seen you evolve from a banker to being a serial entrepreneur. And one of the things about, as Roy mentioned, is it's that aspect of change, right, and continuous adaptation. So from your perspective, all right, through during the Accelerator program, how has your business model evolved? And have there been any shifts in strategy in terms of customer acquisition or pricing as a result of the intensive training sessions and engagements you had at the Accelerator?
Thank you for the question. So Spark has been through the training program and through master classes has really helped us to evolve our pricing strategy, which is very important. It's really what will define. So initially, I think we were underpricing our product, trying a lot of freemium models, trying to gain that trust, trying to have POCs without end, because you want to over-impress the customer, but you're just digging a grave and going deeper. So that's one of the things we ended up changing. We moved away from invoicing to subscription basis. So you pay your annual license fee, and we start talking towards renewals much later. And that has helped us, for example, sign one client very early in the year, and that's going on well. Something else about our model that has changed is how we target our customers. I think before we wanted to hit the ground and talk to everybody, but now, and this is fantastic because when Safaricom put us and Spark put us before one of the clients, that sales process really went quickly. So now we've shifted more towards partnerships with financial institutions. I think we're on the tail end of signing with 3 large banks in the country on a revenue share model basis on one of them, and on one of them has been on a license fee for 3 years, and that will give us the bump to just hang on to seeing greater heights. So I think those are some of the things we've learned during this program. And lastly is, focusing on your funnel. We had so many customers on our lists, and I used to want to talk to everybody. But I think we separated what this funnel looks like from the top all the way to closer to the bottom on the exit. And now on my target lists, I'm just working with 5 or 6, just purely every week, saying hello to these people, things. Of course, there are disappointments along the line, and we have to keep, dropping some and adding some. But I think that has really helped me focus on what this quarter or this half year looks like in terms of which customers must I close before and that includes Safaricom, by the way. So, guys, I'm coming for you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And maybe for Sam and Joy, I think briefly, what would you say have been your biggest takeaways from the Spark Accelerator program? Maybe start with this, Sam. What's been your biggest takeaway?
I think one of my biggest takeaway has been relooking at our business from the conversations we have had, that being one, in terms of how we are structuring it. I think one of the big discussion we had with Mike was, should we get into Rwanda or not? And I think it was a very good discussion. By the way, we ended up setting up. We are live in Rwanda. So and waiting for the results, and then we discuss again with Mike whether that was a good decision or a bad decision, but from our analysis it was. So the ability just to sit back and reflect and have your approach questioned, and which forces you to dig deeper into the thinking around what you're intending to do. So that has been one of our big takeaways. Then the second one was, and I think something Joy mentioned around the whole due diligence process. When you are a startup, you realize you have come from a place where you're not very structured. And I think that's the nature of any creative model, which is divergent thinking, meaning you just work on the go, you don't have structures. But one of the things that came about, and especially in the introduction with PwC, was how we need to restructure all our company. And considering we are looking at expanding into 3-4 other countries, from holding co to matters around tax, basically the whole structuring process, which for us, we were more into the product and less into the structures.
Excellent. A big shout out to PwC. I can see our colleagues there, so thanks a lot for that. Joy, what are your big takeaways?
So I would say for us, it's been dare to take the risk and to learn aggressively. One of the partnerships we got to score with was with Masoko, and through that, we were able to actually accelerate our GMV by 20%. Now, there was a lot that we got to learn within that particular system, and sometimes as a founder or as a business, you sit and you don't know how much your business can accelerate until you dare. So those are some of the perks that we learned. And another big takeaway was know your ask. I call Kevin Mosigwa for the Christmas, because you'd have a wish list of partners and say, hey, can you open this door for me? And he says, you know what, let me see what I can do. And through that, we've been able to accelerate to almost 5 partners that we never thought we could have been there. But also when you think about, as we said, the leadership whom come and you meet Mutiga and he's saying, Twiva, how can I support you better? Now, if you don't know what you're asking for, then he can only do so much for you. So my biggest takeaway is, as a mentee, the program looks to grow and to nurture and to scale you, but you must equally be active in actually unlocking these opportunities for yourself. I can bring the mentor in the room, but how do you take away and actually follow up on that conversation to a close? So it's been exciting to be able to reap out of these ahas and Christmas gifts that we've gotten. And so that has been phenomenal for Twiva.
Excellent. And thanks. And maybe Roy, for you, you've already mentioned you've mentioned some advice you'd give to startups. But perhaps you could maybe just a brief reflection of your biggest takeaway and any other advice you'd give to a startup keen to join this program.
So 2 technical takeaways is, one, master unit economics. Don't try and scale a problem. So if you can figure that out, then you're scaling it right. The other technical takeaway is your team is everything. You need to build a strong team. Don't think you're a founder and you can do everything and conquer the world. Lastly, I think for me, one of the biggest takeaways is it's the time for Africa, it's the time for Kenya, because we are sitting at a pivotal time in the world where there's a population boom expected in Africa. the opportunities around agri, technology in general, healthcare, for example, where I am, is massive. So all the founders in the room and the guys joining the cohort, especially the young guys, you'll find typically startups are young, led by, or founders are young guys. So my advice to them is the time is now, the time is yours. This population boom that's coming, sorry to say, but people like Mutiga will not be the ones to take advantage. So those young guys, when you're founding these companies, can you think of solutions that plug into this population boom? Because there's about to be a demographic dividend. How do you take advantage of that? Thank you.
Excellent. John, what are your biggest takeaways? And we've been talking a lot to the founders, but to the investors, given this is an investor demo day, any thoughts or reflections as to why an investor would want to put a Spark graduate top on their investor hunt list?
Thank you. I think the first important thing is that we are solving a real problem, and that problem can only be solved with the support of the ecosystem. I think the startups that are there right now, there's sort of a cleaning process that has been going on. It's a tough space out there. Truly blood, sweat, and tears. But I think this is the right time for investors to pick out this team sitting in front of them, because this hand-holding support we are getting from the ecosystem is what will enable us to grow. And I think that's how businesses in Africa grow. It has to be through partnerships, handshakes, or whatever they want to call it, in the right context, right? And that's our culture as a community, as a people. And that's what we need. The scale will come, I think, to other countries, and this is why VCs are important, is to be able to give us that extra mile to run quicker. Because yes, you can grow organically, you can bootstrap, it will take you 5 years. However, with the involvement of the capitalists, it would be important for them to really now get involved. I think this is the time to really figure out whether this is working or not. And I think this is a perfect moment. I think what we are going through is a validation, and Safaricom just accepting to work with us, and I hope other corporates take up this, if this message can reach out to them, is that the solutions will come from us, the people on the ground, working every day very hard to understand the issues, the problems, and we're the ones who are going to create that answer. So the VCs are extremely important because they'll give us that power to scale a team, to scale distribution, to scale resources, because it's not cheap to R&D, because for the most part, in the early stage, you're basically doing a lot of R&D work. So it's experiments that will fail, some will not work extremely well, and that's where the VC money comes in, is to be able to protect you from that risk. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to grow over, very quickly and in a better way. I think those would be my closing remarks for the question.
Thank you very much. And I think my parting shot would be, at Safaricom we speak Swanglish, Swahili English, and the one term I would summarize is how wameiva. I don't know how to put it better, right? They are baked or wameiva, in the sense that they have been well prepared. You can see the maturity in both product, process, go-to-market, and execution. We're really grateful for the testimony. You want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to add on that point of the investors, because it cuts close. So one of the experiences I've had, and this also cements the need why we need entities like Safaricom to invest in us, is in most of my pitches, I've had scenarios where I'm introduced to VCs, and even before I tell them what the product is, I have to tell them how mobile money works. They say an investor invests within 100-kilometer radius of where they stay. Basically, an understanding of they only invest in a culture they understand. So if the only way we can do this, I also understand our startups are basically very early stage, but in terms of the growth of the ecosystem, but we also say the first through the door gets short. It's a good thing or it's a bad thing. It also means you also get early opportunities to grow with the space. So my take is, yes, there's a bit of cold feet, people saying, oh, startups here are like this or like they are like that. But I would encourage, for example, what Safaricom is doing, if we can see more of that. People who understand our ecosystem doing this, there will be failures, and there will be many failures. But then again, when you're planting maize, you always look and hope there are some that will sprout to be something very meaningful. Yeah. So my encouragement is for the local investors, we really need to rely on local investors who understand what we are doing. And we don't need to go looking for money out there.
Excellent, excellent. And I believe you will not. I can see Czech smiling at me. So with that, I would like to really thank you for your participation and candor, and looking forward to listening to each of your pitches. So thank you very much. And let's give the panel a round of applause, please. Asante sana.
How many of us are familiar with the term CAC? Cost of customer acquisition. Chumz said that when Safaricom did a post on social media, they got 3,000 new customers. Who has an idea what the CAC on financial services is? Anyone? If you've run, yes. Noni? Was that hand going up?
No, we didn't know how to answer that.
It's $3 to $4, right? Like if you get funding and you go and say, hey, I'm going to give all my advertising money to one of the FANG, and you'll plonk down $3 to $4 to acquire a customer. So if you get 3,000 customers in a financial services product, what amount of money have you put down in terms of advertising? It's $9,000, right? Over a million bob. So I think that impact, sometimes it's not immediately recognizable, but it's some of the value or the impact you get from being just part of the cohort. So now we shift our focus to the first round of pitches, and each team will have 15 minutes to pitch. The majority of that time will be Q&A, 10 minutes Q&A, and 5 minutes of pitching, after which we will open up to the panel. And on the panel today, for this first session, we have Cesar Nyaga, who's investment principal at Chui Ventures. We have, and are your mics on? I'm just checking to confirm that it's everyone who's to be there, yes. And then we have Michael Mutega, who you've already met, Chief Business Development and Strategy Officer, Safaricom. We have Miriam Ochola, Managing Director, Endeavor Kenya. Yusuke Hirose, General Manager, Media and Digital Business, Sumitomo Corporation. Noni Burbridge, Principal at Enza Capital. Let's welcome the panel first. So remember, it is 15 minutes to pitch, 5 minutes presentation, 10 minutes Q&A. In the case that our panel runs out of questions and you still have time, we'll open to the plenary. If you're an investor, I'd be more inclined to taking those questions because it is an investor demo day, and I like to, earlier you had about making sure that the funnel is right. You can keep general comments, but if you're an investor in the room, I'll be happy to take your questions. And, first up, we have Chpter.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So very privileged to be here today. My name is Mark Chiari. I'm a co-founder at Chpter. And Chpter is building AI-powered social commerce for merchants in emerging markets. So maybe the question now is, what is social commerce? Of course, we all know what AI is by now. But commerce has been through a journey, right? We had Amazon, we had Shopify, and now we have WhatsApp and Instagram. Social media now is facilitating over millions of transactions between consumers and the businesses that they love. But there's a problem. You find that businesses are struggling to keep up with the inflow of inquiries that are coming through WhatsApp and Instagram, and this leads to millions in revenue lost due to slow response times. Actually, what happens is 60% of customers who do not receive a reply within 7 minutes tend to abandon a purchase. So what Chpter does now is drive growth for small businesses on WhatsApp and Instagram by giving them AI agents that can handle everything from customer support, sales, and marketing 24/7. So through Chpter, a business can be able to take orders and payments on WhatsApp and Instagram. They can be able to have an omni-channel where they aggregate all their customers, conversations, payments, and orders in one place. They can be able to do WhatsApp marketing campaigns. And finally, they can have AI-powered agents that do customer support and sales. We have 3 revenue models. First is a subscription that scales with usage and also premium features. Second is conversational AI and messaging fees. So here we earn $0.1 per ticket resolved. This is actually 80% more efficient than a human agent. And then finally, we have transaction fees where we get a small commission when a checkout actually happens on Chpter. So funny thing here, you'd be surprised that AI and messaging fees account for over 50% of our revenue models. So we've had crazy traction since we joined the program. Number one, we've been able to 3x our revenue, moving from $50,000 in ARR. Now we're at $150,000 in ARR. We've also been able to become a Meta business partner. There's less than 5 here in Africa. We've been able to sign enterprise customers such as Britam. We also launched our APIs, and that's going to go live in some large public sector projects such as eCitizen. So you can imagine paying for KWS on your WhatsApp. Also, we've been able to get into an MOU with M-Pesa to take Chpter's cohort of services to their merchant network of over 300,000 businesses. And we also have an RFP with Masoko. We've been growing 20% month on month with over 100 businesses signing up on Chpter every single week. And what we've seen is that 10% of these businesses usually upgrade to our paid packages. Right now, we're live in Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. And if you look at your phone now, you'll find that the most used app is likely WhatsApp. So you can imagine buying an airline ticket on WhatsApp. You can imagine paying for electricity on WhatsApp. You can also imagine something like claiming insurance on WhatsApp. So we have NCBA, SafariLink, and Brintab as customers. We also have some top retail brands such as Victoria Home Store, Decathlon, and also Linton's as part of our customers. We have an amazing team. Our leadership team has over 10 years in experience in building startups. So we have Mesongo and Teshu previously scaled Market Force to over $200 million in ATV. Myself and Kuria were able to get an exit from our first business. And we have an MIT graduate who is Andrew, who leads our growth. We're raising $2 million on a $10 million post-money valuation. We already have 22% committed. Previously, we've raised over $1.4 million from amazing investors such as Techstars, Noscan, Pani, and also Renew Capital. Next, we can cue to the video to see how Chpter works. channel and ask, what products do you have, right? And you can be able to easily have AI assist you to check out. Thank you.
Fantastic presentation. I think it's such a great name, right? Like it's opening the new chapter for social commerce, like many ways to play with that. So panelists, over to you for Q&A, 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm happy to start and kick us off. First of all, congratulations. I really love your business. I love what you're doing. I can definitely sort of see the use case of allowing in WhatsApp purchasing, given I think we spend a lot of our time in WhatsApp. I have a number of questions, so I'm going to give you all of them, and then I don't know if others have, and if you want to take them all at the same time. But first of all, I noticed that you have both enterprise and SME clients, and I'm wondering what your go-to-market strategy is for both. My second question is, what's your churn on both enterprise and SME? My next question is, what is your total transactions processed since inception? And how's that been growing, not just on a kind of user sign-up? Your AI chatbot, I wonder what the performance is of the queries completed, how that's performing. And then final question, sorry. What payment methods are supported in-app and which ones require a customer to leave? Okay. Thank you.
Well, it's quite a number of questions. Yeah, so as far as our go-to-market, yes, we do have SME customers and we also have enterprise clients. So for SME, we've realized that the best funnel for us is actually running paid ads on Instagram and Facebook. And this has been giving us over 1,000 leads a day, and 1,000 leads a week, and 100 signups. Now, out of these 100 signups a week, we've seen 10% actually convert into paid packages. So that's been working out really well for us, because we're preaching WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. Might as well have those be the channels where we acquire customers. As for enterprise, we have an enterprise sales team. So that's led by the gentleman, Andrew, who you saw there from MIT. And our strategy there has been to go about partnerships, to go through partnerships. And it's a very different product that we give enterprise clients. So late last year, we launched a suite of APIs, and we're calling it Pluto. And what this means is a business like Britam might not want an abandoned cart flow, right? They might want a flow like I can claim for insurance or someone can buy like motor insurance from WhatsApp. So the business can be able to build on top of those APIs. So currently that's gone live with Britam. It's gone live with, we're going live with NCBA, so you can be able to buy electricity. Things you normally do on the app, you can now do on WhatsApp. And also we have, we're in talks with eCitizen to have things like KWS, and also, it'd be nice to pay for your CR12 search also on WhatsApp instead of going to the website. So that's as far as our go-to-market. The next one was churn. So our churn is currently below 5%. It was a bit higher mid last year. And what we realized was we were attracting a lot of, like, let me say, non-ideal customers. So what we did, we had a freemium model last year, but we noticed many guys were coming in and they're not paying. So now there's no free subscription package, but the smallest package is $10. So what's happened is you can get a free trial for 2 weeks, but if you don't pay within 2 weeks, your account will be deleted. So this has reduced the churn levels because everyone who comes in has at least put their credit card and they've seen value in what Chpter is building. And then, yes, transaction process. So we've gone live with, so currently we are live in Kenya and South Africa. For that, we've been able to partner with Paystack. Of course, in Kenya, M-Pesa is a direct partner for us. Actually, this month we've already launched in Nigeria, but payments is not live yet. But we're going to announce a partnership with Flutterwave that will give us 8 additional markets. So for total process, I'd put it at about $400,000 from early last year, let me say about February. Yes, so one interesting thing we've learned, we actually thought the main sort of like attraction for customers onto Chpter is going to be like payment on WhatsApp or payments on Instagram. But what they love the most is actually an AI-powered agent because they can be live 24/7. So what we've been seeing over time, we started off with AI handling 20% of the chats because we're not comfortable with it initially, but now it's about 60% of their chats. So we aim to close all tickets within a 24-hour period, and the business can also intervene with a human agent in case something is going wrong or there's some hallucination. So I'd say success rate is about 80%. Oh, yes. So the type of WhatsApp integration that we've done, because we're a Meta business partner, we work directly with the APIs from Meta. So all the payments on WhatsApp are in-app. The only ones which, especially mobile money payments, the only one where there'll be a redirect for security purposes would be card payments. Thank you.
We have 4 more minutes on the clock. Do you have any other questions?
Sure. I think that's a really well done deck. As investors, some of the things that we don't receive at decks are pretty clear. I've got a few questions. One, maybe to focus because of time on the main one that I have is around your cap table dynamics. So you've raised $1.4 million.
Yep.
You're raising $2 million for 20%. As founders, how much of the company will you own after this particular round? And how much sort of, the $1.4 million, how much of that how much equity did you give up at that point? You're giving up 20% now based on the numbers you've given us. And then in terms of how much runway do you have and what's your burn rate? What does the 2 million allow you to do in terms of how much more runway do you have? What sort of metrics do you have? I'm assuming your next round may be most likely be a Series A. Yes. Where does that get you? So all around the fundraising dynamics and the cap table dynamics.
I see. Yeah, good. So the $2 million one will give us 24-month runway. And we've raised a 1.4 million as a rolling round, right? So for that, we've been able to give out about 20% of the business. Right now, the founders own 50% of the business. So even after the seed round, there's still a lot that will be owned by all the co-founders. We're 4 co-founders. And what this 2 million allows us to do, we have so many opportunities, guys. Like it's crazy. We actually have to throttle down sort of like our customer acquisition so that we can be able to handle a lot of them. There's even businesses like KPLC going live. In Nigeria is actually about to surpass Kenya in customer acquisition. Right now, we had about 320 businesses coming from Nigeria just this month alone. So what the 2 million is going to help us do is ideally bolster our customer acquisition efforts and also make our product that much more reliable. In Africa right now, there's only 5 BSPs, right? There's 5 business service providers for Meta, and Chpter is one of them. And for us to see success as a pure software play, the software has to be really, really world-class. So we want to really invest in that to make sure that when users come, it's very easy to upgrade them into paid packages. And if you look at many of the startups that have sort of like been in Kenya, very few have been pure software plays. So we're not used to seeing these types of businesses, and they require a lot of investment, even in things like AI, so that the business can be able to lean on it 100%. So from this seed round, we will be able to give 20%, you're right. And our next milestone will actually be a Series A. From our projections, we think like in Q4, we'll be able to make the business profitable because our burn right now is about $40,000 a month.
Okay, so one more. How are you, thanks, Mark, that was great. How are you prioritizing these opportunities? Because I can see some of them are enterprise-led, so how are you prioritizing them? And then are you supporting multiple languages, especially as you expand into new markets?
Yeah, good question. So we've actually created 2 separate teams within Chpter. So there's one that focuses primarily on like small and medium-sized businesses. So these are businesses that sell like shoes, clothes, etc. Because that's a different go-to-market. And then we have a subsidiary of the business we're calling Pluto that purely focuses on enterprises, and that's an API business, much like Daraja. So right now, through Flutterwave, we'll be live in 8 additional markets. After that, we want to go to North Africa. So part of the work we're doing in Q3 for our roadmap is actually becoming compliant from a language perspective in the MENA region.
Looking ahead, from my perspective, so you open up in Nigeria, you're in Kenya. What does your roadmap in terms of expansion look like? What I like about this business is it's universal, right?
Yeah.
You can be multiple jurisdictions. Your only restriction is your mobile payment operators and your ability to clear the payments, right? But what does the roadmap look like in terms of expansion over the next few years?
Yes, that's a really good question. Actually, you're right. We actually share with many partners, like someone can actually use Chpter right now in Mexico. The only thing is we'll earn the subscription revenue, we'll earn the conversational AI and messaging revenue, but we won't be live in payments. So once we are able to go live in majority of the African countries, we want to go to South America because emerging markets have the same issue that sales are a lot more conversational and people really have taken up WhatsApp. So our strategy for that is to go to Latin America and also Far East Asia. And for us to go live also on payments, we'll be partnering with fintechs such as eBanks. So eBanks in South America and something like eWallex in Far East Asia. So that's the only bottleneck. But for this year, we want to be fully compliant in Africa. Then 2026, we can open it up all over the world.
Excellent, thank you. And that is about time. Help me congratulate Chpter one more time. Up next, we have FaidiHR.
Thank you. My name is Peter Mushemi. I will be presenting FaidiHR today, which is a $10 billion opportunity. And I hope at the end of the day, everyone will be ready with their check to invest in FaidiHR. So we provide a cloud payroll, HR, and casual workers management platform for the emerging African market. Some of the problems we are addressing is manual payroll and HR processes, which are tedious, time-consuming, and inefficient. Employers are also facing compliance challenges, not just in Kenya, which leads to losses in millions due to fines and compliance issues. Casual workers are also paid in cash, which inhibits them from financial inclusion. This is a $10 billion opportunity, and Kenya alone has more than 20 million employees. Our solution is a multi-tenant platform that can serve millions of customers across the globe, not just in Africa, but across the globe. Our platform is affordable, it's scalable, and is localized to different African markets. You realize that when it comes to payroll, every country in Africa has its own taxes. So our platform is able to localize to each market. We are also driving financial inclusion because we're able to integrate with M-Pesa and the banking ecosystem. We are not just, or rather we are not alone in this space. But why are customers switching to FaidiHR? Another question would be, why will we win in this space? Our platform is cloud-based, fully cloud-based. We don't charge any implementation cost. Our platform is bundled together and it actually works. We are affordable, and we are working on an AI integration to have AI capabilities. Like we're able to predict attrition and also help employers shortlist, because recruitment is one of the biggest problems of employers. We charge a monthly subscription fee based on the number of employees in an organization, and we have packages from 120 shillings to 200 shillings based on the number of employees and also the package the employer has chosen. With only $35,000 invested from external investors. We've seen very strong market validation, having more than 300 companies using our platform. And currently, our annual run rate is at 15.5 million shillings, which is around 150,000 US dollars. We are currently asking for $1 million and strategic partnerships. We're also asking if you're here for patronage. We know some of you might be having companies, so we also want you to become our customer. And we want to enhance our product to have AI capabilities. We know everyone is rushing to win in the AI game. We are not an exemption. We also want to use this money to acquire more customers and also get more talent. The team is a very lean team and has achieved incredible milestones. With 2 co-founders and 12 employees, Peter and Mike are the co-founders with more than 10 years experience in the fintech and HR tech in the East African ecosystem. And therefore, we're able to deliver a product that can scale across the globe as things are, or rather keeping things constant. So right now, let me show you our demo. Please, you can play the demo. So if you search FaidiHR, you're able to find our platform online. So any business can be able to sign up, what we call self-onboarding. So we don't have to be called for any employer to sign up. Whatever location you're in, you're able to put your details and do the sign up. So at the back end, our support team and customer experience are able to receive this information. And in case you need some hard holding, because one of the biggest challenges in African market is people still need a lot of hard holding when it comes to cloud-based solutions, because they are used to on-premise solutions, which have a lot of disadvantages. So once you log in, the platform allows any employee to log in. So you're able to have dashboards as an employee. The employer is also able to have dashboards that are custom. So issues of analytics, whether you have one company, whether you are a multi-company or a group of companies, you're able to have all these analytics. And these are the problems that we are trying to address, even before we go to embedded finance and all that, because that is the future of payroll. Our goal is to solve the basic problems. And what is the basic problem? Doing things manually, doing things on Excel sheet, and then once we're able to capture all that information, we see us as a data company, whereby we're able to integrate with insurance providers, integrate with salary guys who are giving early earned wage access, because we have the payroll data, and it's cloud-based. Whether you are an SME, whether you are corporate, we don't compromise. We give you a SaaS solution. We integrate with biometrics. You can apply for leave. So these are the small problems that are a big headache to any SME. And of course, our sweet spot is SME. However, in our portfolio, we have customers such as Air France, serving them across 7 countries in Africa. Someone would wonder, why is Air France a big corporate, which is probably older than me, still not having a solution? Big question. So we've seen that it's not just SME, but even the corporate world has these problems. Because before that, they would, the regional HR manager would have a problem, because she would have to travel for every country, South Africa, Nigeria, to just get, what is the leave balances? And you guys have been employees. When you want to take leave and HR is telling you your leave balance is 10, but it's 15. Conflicts. But with our platform, when they're in Nairobi, they're able to regulate everything. Thank you very much.
Asante. Now for Q&A, 10 minutes. Who'll go first?
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
So I'm really happy to see you making great presentation and made it to this place.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so my question is, given with the 300 companies already onboarded, and how you are planning to further scale your infrastructures and also your teams to prepare for the further scaling of your business?
All right, that's a good question. In terms of my team, one of the things we are looking at is once we fundraise, because that is one of the primary goals, we would really look at the team that supports customer experience, because we've realized that the biggest headache in the African market is not the acquisition of a customer, but what you do after you acquire that customer, the support. And that is one of the areas that we will really look at. The other thing is in terms of technology, and I'm happy our CTO is here, because we are fully cloud-based, so we anticipate one of the biggest headache will be infrastructure from a technology perspective. So with that, we are happy that the program is offering credits through partners like AWS, Google Credit. So that is something we are prepping to have very strong technical team in terms of a cloud infrastructure so that it can support these numbers. Again, if you look at the partnership we are trying to have with Safaricom, whereby we'll have access to more than 1 million SMEs, that will give us a huge customer base that can even crash our system. So in terms of tech-wise, we need to be ready.
Thanks, Peter, for your presentation. We actually like this space quite a lot. We've got 2 portfolio companies in this space, one in Senegal, one in Nigeria.
All right, good.
You said you're raising 1 million. On,
Yes.
on what terms are you raising the 1 million? What's your burn rate? And then from a market perspective, where are you playing? Because it's B2B sales. So are you serving the 1 to 100 employee space? Are you serving the 100 to 1,000, 2,000? Or are you serving a Safaricom, which has multiple thousands of employees? Because depending on which segment you are, how you go to market differs.
All right, our current sweet spot is SME. Anyone with 2 employees to 200, 300 employees is our customer. However, this is a problem that is even affecting the corporates, okay? And that's something we've seen. And we've seen because you have customers who are corporates. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the SMEs, because in terms of the sales life cycle, it's shorter to close them. And the bureaucracy is usually not that high when it comes to SME. However, our platform is also able to support these enterprises. So if you get an enterprise as a customer, we are happy to serve them. So the other question is in terms of our burn rate. Currently, we are a very lean team. We have around $6,000 per month as our burn rate. And as we speak, last month we are profitable because we made more than 10,000 US dollars. So with that $1 billion, the next 18 months, I'm very positive because we've really learned a lot. I would say what we call last mover advantage, because we have competitors who've been there and we've seen what they are doing wrong and what they are doing right. So definitely I'm very positive with this investment. In the next 18 months, we'll be doing upward of 4 million in annual recurring revenue. In terms of what you're asking for, we are open to negotiations. I will not say I'm fixed a particular post-money valuation or all that. Because again, with a very small investments, we've been able to show value. So again, I would be open to discuss that if you're interested. All right, welcome.
Congratulations on what you've built and profitability.
Thank you.
My question is on the onboarding process and the sales cycle. How long are you finding it takes to close the customer, then to onboard them, ensure they're fully trained on how to use the system?
All right, so it bears with the customer. If it's an SME, you realize the structure is very lean. For example, if you come to FaidiHR as an SME, you would probably speak with the CEO directly. So most of them are already solved, or rather are already sold, because they already have that problem. And if you are aware, in Kenya, we have a lot of conversations that are really driving the market adoption. To be specific, the issue of SHA, all those conversations, these are really creating the demand, and therefore, most of our customers are actually inbound. And within a week, you'd get a decision, because if someone has 10 employees and they are taking a package which is very famous, which is standard at 180 shillings, that means they are paying 1,800 shillings per month. So for them, it's not a lot of money. But you see, for us, because we are looking at economies of scale, eventually become a very profitable and promising business. But for enterprise customers, like this year, we closed a $10 deal with one of the largest international school, and it took like 2 months, you see. So when it comes to enterprise, it takes some time because some of them have like 4 HRs. They even have a HR director and another CEO, and probably another guy there playing politics. So for you to circumvent that, it takes time. So we are trying to avoid enterprise, but I'm sure eventually it would also be a very good revenue driver for our customer base.
Thank you. That was great. Shorter sales cycle for SMEs.
Yes.
But currently, what's your revenue split between enterprise and SMEs? And what's the ideal for you? You know, where are you looking to go? And then second, on the team, you're both technical founders. So as you think about growing the team, what skills or competencies are you prioritizing, particularly for senior staff?
Okay. So currently, majority of our customers are from SME, right? And majority of our revenue are coming from the SME. And we anticipate even more, because if you look at the statistics in Kenya, we have more than 7 million SMEs, all right? So our sweet spot, and I really want to focus on SME, because that's where the money is, all right? And that's where the world is heading to. So I would say SMEs, standard package. Why standard package? Because it has payroll and leave management. Why? Because payroll is one of the biggest headache. So, I mean, we've been having challenges again on pricing, and that's why we arrived at putting payroll on standard so that we can optimize on the revenue. Because if you put it on advanced, majority will say, these are a bit expensive. So we mostly give them standard. But for the enterprise, we normally give them the advance. Because of course, the enterprise have money, they have budget, so money is not an issue. So in terms of team, I think for me and my Mike, we are very technical. And probably that's why this company has survived until now. Because when it comes to development and tech, is one of very expensive. And I'm sure if you have dealt with developers in Kenya, you know how they frustrate people. So, yeah, I'm a developer. I know these guys can really frustrate you. So that is one of our core advantage. Even if, when you look at our product compared to our competitors, we have some basic understanding that we have to meet before we even take something to the market. So we don't have a salesperson per se, but looking at my background, even where I come from, I think naturally I'm a salesperson. So I don't have any qualification, but I have a passion to sell. So one of the talent and the gap I see is we need a commercial leader in the team, very urgent, like yesterday. And another thing we are looking at is user experience, because if you look at the legacy systems, to be honest, you get tired to work with those systems. So what you want to do is we make user experience as our core competitive advantage so that someone can self-onboard. Because when you're dealing with SMEs, there are so many. And I don't want to scale my team as the number of SME scales. That means I have to optimize on self-onboarding. When a customer self-onboards, they're able to use that platform with minimal touch point with my team. And that's why probably our peers in the US are able to build billion-dollar, because our peers there have built billion-dollar companies, because their product you can self-onboard, you have training materials, you don't really need to call a support team to be able to use that product. So you, from the customer journey, from the time you sign up, you use the product until you make the payment without someone following up. So I would say user experience is very important for me, and also cloud. Because one of the biggest concerns right now is data protection and security, and it's catching up. Right now, it's not a very big thing, but because of ODPPC, I'm sure most of you now are asked about where is your ODPC certificate. It's catching up, and I think we need a compliance team, also cloud security and infrastructure team. Thank you.
And that's about time. Help me appreciate FaidiHR one more time. Thank you. Up next, we have Nobuk.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of those dreams that, as an introvert, you hope doesn't come true, but we're here. My name is Elvis, co-founder and CEO of Nobuk. Nobuk is a payment reconciliation company supporting communities in Africa manage their finances better. We are building the financial operating system for actually the 50 million communities that are in Africa. A typical community on our platform is, for instance, Mirema Drive Apartments. It's an apartment of 60 units, and one of the members usually keep track of all the payments that they collect every month, service charge and all this, and reports directly to WhatsApp. They mostly operate for communications on WhatsApp. Now, these payments, they are not straightforward. Some people will pay in advance, some people will delay in paying. So at the end of the month, this treasurer has actually to remind these people to pay on time. Other people have already paid for other services that they're collecting over time. And this is one of the problems that most of the communities that we support on our platform face on a day-to-day. What ends up happening is that less than a third of these transactions are actually captured or tracked. So at the end of the day, if you went to any of these treasurers and asked them how much transaction did you actually do, or how much money did you actually receive, the figures will vary. They'll probably have one key one. For instance, service charge is key. Maybe they'll have that. But for most of the other payments that they do, they probably don't have that access or records in that sense. So essentially, when you look at the record keeping for communities across Africa, it's quite challenging and very messy. The way we think about solving this problem is if we could provide for them one platform where they could make all the payments, whether it's inbound or outbound, directly, and at the same time have these records immediately accessible on WhatsApp, this would actually give them a lot of freedom in terms of what they can do and how they keep track of all the records. I think the additional benefit is that most other financial partners who actually want to serve communities will look for data, and now that will be something that is accessible directly from our platform. I'll give you just a short video of how it works. Yeah, so essentially, it's once the treasurer signs up, they create what we call a collection. A collection can be anything. It could be you're collecting for welfare, you're in a chama, you're collecting for other fees. You'll put maybe the fee where you want the fees to go. So that could be a bank, a pay bill, or a till. And so that is the primary one. And then for the different services that you collect over time, whether it's insurance, for some communities they also pay for insurance for some of the things they pay, you can add those additional accounts into what we call that collection. Essentially, think of collection as just a link, whether accessible on USSD or just a web link that members will pay. Once you've created that collection, you share this with the members on WhatsApp group directly. So the members don't actually have to have the app. It's only the admin that have access to the app, and then members can interact with the solution through this. You get, at the end of it, you get reportings in terms of what you have paid, what you have not paid over that period. It's a busy landscape. I think community is one of the things that I think everyone is trying to solve for, a lot of things. One of the key value propositions that we think we bring fresh to the market is non-custodial. Because our solution, we don't actually hold any funds. The funds go directly to whichever third party you're paying. So whether you're paying service fee or whatever it is, it goes directly to that bank account, but you have the reconciliation directly reflected on WhatsApp. That is one of the key value propositions that we have. Additional benefit of it is that then we can actually be both a payment and a direct payment as well as a collection platform with just that one channel. The other benefit that people love about us is generally because we are non-membership. Most members, no one likes to download, most people don't like to download apps. So the fact that you actually just access this without actually having to need to download the app is very beneficial, while they get the other benefits of reports, statements directly from the link. So the data that we have show us that there are at least some 2.7 million such communities running from clubs, welfare, chamas, home and family groups. There are at least 2.7. In the next 3 years, we're targeting to at least capture about 10% of that market. Our average annual fee is about $80. That gives us a revenue opportunity of about 24 million in 3 years. Across Africa, this is a $1.5 billion opportunity. But that is only if we look at communities. But the base problem we're actually solving is much bigger. It's actually reconciliation. In fact, this week we're just starting pilot with one of the 3 credit reference bureaus here to essentially help them with the collection of funds. The product is actually quite young. It's about 1 year, 6 months. Over that period, we have grown quite well. Since the start of the program with Safaricom, we've actually helped communities collect over $750,000 directly to whichever system they're collecting to. We have also participated in a few accelerator programs to actually help us structure our business better. We've mostly grown from the inbuilt virality of the app. 94% of our current customers have been in communities that have either seen the link or have participated in a community that used the link. That has been the primary way in which we have grown. Going forward, we are looking at partnership as a key way in which we are going to grow further, as well as events. We just started something called Nobuk Outreach, which essentially is financial education or literacy for communities that we can support directly. This is the team that is behind Nobuk, a second-time founder, 10 years in building open banking and credit scoring models, around 14 years in fintech, among others. The team is also supported by experienced advisors in the VC as well as fintech space. We are currently actively not raising at the moment. We're still structuring the business in a way that makes sense, but we are happy to have conversations with strategic investors to help us grow our distribution pipelines. These are our current investors. So this is just a snapshot of the type of communities we are talking about and the opportunity that exists. Thank you.
Asante sana. Now on to Q&A. 10 minutes.
Great, thank you. I think it's a really great value for a country like ours, which is built on community. One of the questions I have, one of the advantages of custodial products is that if there is claims around fraud and things like that, the community can actually come back. And we've seen that happen, with various publicized drives. Have you had that experience where people have come to you and complained, and how do you address those?
Thank you. And I'd say one of the advantages of non-custodial is that the money goes directly. So you actually don't get a lot of fraud, because when you actually see the end users or the person actually receiving your funds, then you will actually know whether this is genuine or not. So for instance, the message you get once you pay in our platform is actually not from Nobuk. It's actually directly with that person. So if you're paying to KCB, maybe say Red Cross, and we have a demo there I think we can show you. the moment you actually, the message you actually receive from M-Pesa is actually Red Cross, not Nobuk, which means you are able to actually detect by yourself that this is not right? So in a sense, it prevents fraud in that sense. So if you switch, then it means immediately the admin can actually either switch it off, or you can alert the admin that they didn't get this message right. So that sort of prevents a lot of those fraud. When we tried the custodial one, it didn't go so well. But I think there's a lot of issues with fraud and people just trying to hide behind other payment methods to actually get defraud other people. So in our platform, we actually haven't received a lot of any of those things, just because of the nature of how it actually operates.
Thank you so much for that pitch, and congratulations. My question is on the revenue model. You mentioned that you earn about $80 per annum per community. So I'm just wondering, how do you earn that, and what's the model?
Yeah, so we charge SaaS fee. So for communities that run over a long period, let's say for an estate, they pay as a monthly fee depending on the number of people in that community. So if you are 60, for instance, you pay as an average of about 20 shillings or 30 shillings per person per month. So over that period, it comes about $80 or so. So that is for the, I think mostly what we call the individual plans. We also have enterprise plans. So enterprise plans would be organizations that also just trying to track payments across. So the type of payments rails we're using is almost like third-party participants. So there's like a payment, it's a payment initiation service. So for that one, we charge a different fee. Same model, SaaS fee you pay us every month, but slightly higher premiums on those.
Thanks, Alvis. I'm curious, what are you selling to the Credit Reference Bureau? I'm trying to figure out what community is in the guys who check our credit worthiness.
So think about it as the base service that we actually provide is a way for a third party to see a transaction, right? So if you're a Credit Reference Bureau, you want to collect funds for instance, a bank, but you don't want to hold the funds, you actually need rails that allow you to actually see the transaction, trigger them, but not receive them. So the bank eventually receives the money, but you also have access for billing. You have access, okay, this person was paid. Currently, the model is a credit collector will call you and tell you, this is the pay bill you pay into, but they have no access or view into that pay bill, right? So if our technology, essentially what it enables them to see is actually that trail of funds without necessarily having to hold that fund.
Thank you, Elvis, and congratulations. I'd like to understand about your adoption strategy. So as an investor from outside of Kenya, I'd like to understand how you will retain the current referral rate and further increase it. And also, I'd like to understand your expansion plan. So is this current approaches to target the community applicable and replicable even outside of Kenya, in other parts of Africa?
Thank you for the question. So just on the first question of how we're intending to keep out retain the customers that we acquired. So a product like ours is mostly trust-based. And I think that's why we've tried a few GTMs, but the ones that I think somehow still hold is that referral. I think because it requires a lot of trust. And that is something that I think the way we are going to do it is just the partnerships that we are looking at. Safaricom, I think by just participating in this program gave us, I think, a little bit of bump because you almost have to trust that the value proposition we are selling can actually materialize in a sense. So The way we are going forward, basically looking at still getting that referral is through partnerships. So by onboarding one partner, then we know we are going to add the number of people who have interacted with our product, hence opportunity for referrals. Additionally, the program that we have, like the Nobuk Reach that we're now trying to do, is not like our sell our product kind of events. It's just because we have partners, insurance, investments, and so on, by bringing them together and just almost like educating community just around the best practice around community finances, we hope that that also build our trust. So the leverage that we're going to use really to retain and to actually accelerate that is through the trust networks that we're trying to build through the partnerships as well as the events that we'll be running. Now, in terms of whether this can scale out of Africa, out of Kenya, I think community is a huge part of African society. Like everywhere, there is an aspect of communityness. There are different versions of it. First, last year we were trying a pilot in Nigeria. We found that the way they do community is slightly different from the way we do communities, very different, but there's still that aspect of community. So there's a little bit of lessons to be learned. I think there are markets that are adjacent to ours. If you go to Ethiopia, that looks very similar on how this operates, and that is where we want aim to scale to first. We'll follow Safaricom with where they are and then look at, okay, how do we support these communities? So, but by and large, African communities, I think, is very community-based, and we think there's a huge opportunity there.
Any more questions? We have 2 minutes on the clock. Maybe I'll open it to the plenary. Anyone with an investment-inclined question for Nobuk? Roving mics, anyone? Any takers? Excellent, thank you, Nobuk. Help me appreciate them as they exit stage. And up next, we have Black Rhino. Dared to go live.
Hey guys. Can you guys see that? Okay, cool. How you guys doing? My name is Brian Afande. I am working.
Drops mic.
Drops mic. My name is Brian Afande. I am what you call a creative technologist. Right? I see guys writing notes. That's a good sign. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to a new reality that borrows from the past, delves in the present with a promise for the future. So unfortunately, I'm a boring guy. I don't have like a video that I'm going to show you, but I'm going to hope that I actually do it live. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. I'm going to scan this piece of paper. And what we're going to do, we're going to create an augmentation, which is a superimposition of a digital image above this paper. So as you can see that the paper has come live.
With every tap that tap into a new world.
I can put it on the floor and it's still tracking.
Ask what I can hook you up with. Welcome to a platform that empowers you to make the right moves.
If I take it away,
come over, get hooked to Safaricom Hook.
And then the paper becomes interactive. I can click on Join Spark by and then boom, just by scanning a piece of paper, I can be able to log into a platform. Oh, I need to end this. Stop screen mirror. Thank you. May I please have my presentation? I don't know if I should stand here. I'm a bit also nervous, guys. The tech worked. It worked. Okay. So let me say this. I'm a self-taught creative technologist. I run a company called Black Rhino. We see ourselves as agents of change, accelerating the adoption of immersive technologies in Africa. So I'm a self-taught creative technologist, which means I graduated from the prestigious school of YouTube Premium without the ads. And I have a bunch of people who've helped me build a vision. And our vision is galvanized by something very simple. We imagine a future where Africans are just not consumers of technology, but are innovators, inventors, they are producers of technology. And we always say that when you look at the ecosystem, the way it's been laid out, there is a bunch of, just hold on. So the ecosystem that I represent is an ecosystem of individuals who believe that working in silos no longer makes sense as an engineer. Engineers need to work together with creatives to build solutions that resonate with our society. So I founded Black Rhino in 2015. We're an extended reality technology business. So when I talk about extended reality technology business, I'm talking about augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. What you just saw here was a classic example of an augmentation in augmented reality. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the spatial computing era. Spatial computing is just a fancy word that means mixing the physical and digital in one unified, seamless experience. So Black Rhino as an organization is focused towards building an ecosystem and technologies around mass adoption of augmented reality and virtual reality. So being self-taught has also come with a lot of accolades because we don't subscribe to a specific way of thinking. And because we don't subscribe to that specific way of thinking, we've been able to garner international awards from content and solutions of what we've actually built on ourselves. But this is just not a story, it's not a victory story about the organization. It's a story of how Africans are reframing the narrative. We are going out there and tapping into other global value chains to ensure that it's an African narrative that we represent as ambassadors. And it's important to see that all these accolades were actually not won locally. And the only local award that we won was last year in December, where through the same experience that you just saw, won the best use of emerging technology in a marketing campaign. So now it's no longer being international, it's becoming local. And seeing that we are able to win these sort of awards, it's also important to look at the value that we are trying to create in the ecosystem. I think my clicker is...
Point it to the back of the room.
Oh, perfect, yeah. So, just because of that, we have partners who've been able to not just invest into our vision, but also support the vision, both locally and internationally. And these partners for us is people who've believed in what we can be able to achieve over the years. And when you look at this, some of these partners, it protracts across technology companies like Meta to building curriculums around adoption of immersive technology with the Henley Business School in South Africa and the Newcastle University. Of course, the leadership team is quite tight and ambidextrous. So the ones who, the non-avatars are in the, please wave your hands because the real individuals are in the back. And we run a very tight leadership team. But this leadership team has allowed us to build an economy of value within our organization that has transcended into the community. So let me talk about our business model, which is quite unique. So at the core of the business as a holding company is Black Rhino VR, right? And then our business model is a B2B2C business model. So we have the platforms business that we built the platforms, like what you just saw right here is running from one of our platforms. And there's media as a platform, there's XR Without Borders, and there's a marketplace, right? So this is the platforms. We decided to invest in platforms about 3 years ago, and the business model was transitioning from ad hoc and content into immersive platforms that would allow young people to be able to tap into this technology. So for instance, media, one of our platforms, let me even say this slowly, It allows young people to rapidly build and publish augmented reality without the need for code. The fundamental architecture of this platform is artificial intelligence, computer vision, where when I scan the mobile phone, my phone is able to superimpose a digital layer and also track that layer. So which means I can be able to superimpose pretty much anything, anywhere, as long as I'm able to do something what we call decolonize space. So for instance, when you're driving your car and you see a billboard, the billboard can actually convert into a media billboard that can be able to get information, and also in the back end, we are able to track behavioral data, of course governed by GDPR and KDPR. And then we have content, which is 90% of our income. And this 90% of our income goes back to what we spoke about, how we've been able to service these communities and organizations, from virtual reality experiences to augmented reality, and also delivering holograms for clients. So over the years, 90% of our business has actually been based on content. But it was incumbent on us that it's not possible for an organization that has had this sort of experience to hold the value within themselves. That's why we invested a huge amount of resources into our platforms business. And that's why we say Black Rhino is a technology company, because we have transitioned from a content business. We still do content, but we are transitioning into platforms. And of course, ecosystem building. I wouldn't be here, I stand today a giant, because I stand on the shoulders of other young people who believe in creative technologists. And these individuals can't access the hardware. It's too expensive for them. So what we did is we decided to have, our business model is galvanized around what we call the 4 Ds. The first D is to demystify the value of the technology itself, because it's considered highly foreign. And the second D is to democratize access to the technology. And the democratization access to the technology is building these platforms that people can be able to access devoid of their socioeconomic sort of spheres. And then, of course, we do hackathons and boot camps. The last hackathon we did was in 17 African countries simultaneously, sponsored by Meta for $700,000. So if the people from the global north can believe in us, then Africans need to believe in their own skin. And of course, there's a boot camps that we do. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are located just down the road from here, like 5 minutes. We have a beautiful XR hub. I invite you guys over. The good thing, I'm Luya, and there's always food. So please feel free to come anytime, eat, go through the lab, and we can be able to have conversation and see what we build as Black Rhino.
Excellent. So, we're doing poorly for time.
Yes.
I'd love to get into Q&A, unless maybe the judges, you want to jump straight into that.
Just quick statistics, bro. Real quick. No, real quick. Our opportunity is also one of the challenges in equal measure. By 2030, half of the world's youth population between the age of 18 and 25 years old is going to be in Africa. This is either going to be a delight to see or a disaster, and you know what I mean. Now, when you look at the spatial computing era, majority of this spatial computing era is dominated by North America, is dominated by Asia Pacific and Europe. It leverages on the mobile phone, guys. There is no beautiful interface that exists than a mobile phone. And as you can see, there's no Africa here. It's going at a compound annual growth rate of 23%, and by 2028, it's going to be valued at 280 billion. So it's not child's play anymore. We can actually make money and change lives. Our revenue, us guys are very transparent. This is our revenue for the past 5 years. Something happened in 2024, going down end of 2023, 2024, and we attribute this to 2 things. Number one, our business was really transitioning into the technology business, so we put out a lot of work. We put out the content work on the side and started investing on the technology business. But then there's also something that we couldn't describe. We call it routonomics. Something happened. And so far, we're trying to figure out that. But already we've invested into the business, and our ask is very simple. We just want people to believe in what we're doing here and the ecosystem. So we are asking for access to patient capital. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Asante. For the panel, we'll keep it short.
Brian, thank you so much for this, and congratulations to getting this far. We've loved it in terms of Safaricom, the experience you've done for us as S-Hook and the various initiatives. So it's really exciting stuff that you guys do. I think my question is scalability. In terms of, I think it's amazing tech. I can see where the investment is going into as far as the technology is concerned. But what you're thinking is around scale.
So the reason why we really invested in platform is because we have a unique problem in Africa. First, a lot of people cannot access the technology itself. Because when you're thinking about coding this technology, when you're thinking about the psychological access, there's something called technology anxiety that we possess as individuals. It's a fear of technology, especially if the technology is foreign. So what we did is we built a platform, media, that allows, number one, individuals to rapidly build and publish the technology without the need for code, reducing that barrier to entry. And number two, the platform itself has been embedded with a very unique learning management system that is a curriculum that takes you from beginning to end. It's not enough for Black Rhino to be able to do all this work within the ecosystem. We have to devolve and decentralize these tools to the individuals. So for us, our scalability is transitioning into a technology business so that we can be able to scale these platforms and utilities that other individuals can start building. Also, let me say something, that this platform is one of the only platforms in the world, based on our research, that is embedded with a unique financial inclusive model, where content creators build the content and get into a revenue share model with brands. So every time you scan a product, like when you join us later and you scan Pick and Peel, and there's an augmentation, the creative who actually creates that gets 20% of what the client pays, because the business model is a pay-per-view model. So this is scalability for us transitioning into the platforms and technology business.
Excellent. Maybe room for one more question.
Hi, Brian. I'm trying to sort of understand the revenue model. Huh? I know you're saying it's pay-per-view, but can you just give us a feel of are you charging per user, or are you charging just how you roll out that model?
Okay, cool. Thanks, Cesar. So what happens is on that specific platform, media, every time a client wants to create a campaign around augmented reality, the client prepays. So they come and say, we are going to prepay for 1 million views. Our system in the back end is able to track down all these views. So when the views are on 50%, our system automatically sends a message to the client. They have a dashboard that they can be able to access, right? So when the client commissions this, our target audience is not really, is SMEs that are not able to have retainers from agencies. It's individuals who are actually going, it's a gig economy. Individuals who are actually going into these companies and offering expertise based on these new 21st century skill sets. So the individual who creates an experience, let's say for a client, they get into a revenue share model on the platform. For every scan, they get 20, for every scan we charge at 20 shillings, and the content creator gets 20% of that. So every time you scan a product, which the client has already prepaid for, the individual who built it gets 20% of that.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate Black Rhino. Really on, there's being on the cutting edge. This is, I think, the bleeding edge. Right? There's a slight difference. Like it's so, for most of you, maybe it has gone over your heads just a little bit. But hey, there's a booth here that you can then engage with later and figure out the other stuff. To close out this initial session, this first round of pitches, help me welcome on stage Vunape.
Hi everyone, my name is Koya Matsuno, co-founder and COO at Vunape.
Hi everyone, I'm Gatwiri Njogu Mokaya. I am co-founder and CEO, which we learned was Chief Everything Officer at Vunape. And at Vunape, we are solving what we believe is the most painful problem, keeping smallholder farmers across Africa in poverty, and that is delayed payment. That's the toothache that's keeping our farmers in poverty. When a smallholder farmer, please go to the next one. At VunaPay, we solve this problem by offering instant payment to the smallholder farmer as soon as they deliver their produce to the agricultural cooperative. We do this by digitizing the cooperative, providing a cooperative management tool, and a last mile payment link to that smallholder farmer. So how this works, when a smallholder farmer takes their produce to the cooperative, usually they'll carry their coffee or whatever and place it on a weighing scale. A clerk at that cooperative uses VunaPay platform to record that. The smallholder farmer usually does not have cash to buy fertilizers or animal feeds, so they go to the store of the cooperative. They find a clerk at the cooperative using the VunaPay platform to record that interaction. All farmer interactions are recorded on VunaPay. That way, we know in real time what that farmer is really owed. We expose that to a financier who pays that farmer instantly. And during the payment season, when the cooperative is ready to pay, VunaPay facilitates that payment to the farmer and also to the financier. So we do not lend on our own balance sheet, we work with financiers. We do have a large tier 1 bank that we have onboarded, as well as a government fund that is focused on agriculture. At the cooperative side, we have a web application and we also have a mobile application. But for the farmer, it's as simple as USSD.
And as you know, the agriculture market is massive. Approximately, there's 54,000 cooperatives, and if you include informal farmers society, even more. And each one of them would have 500 to even 10,000 farmers that are part of these cooperatives. This gives us at least 27 million farmers that we can access. With this market, we are expecting to capture around 10%, which gives us $5.3 billion in transaction. And we make revenue in 2 different ways. One is the instant payment solution that we said. We charge a one-off fee of 2%. What we also do is to facilitate end-of-season payments from cooperatives to the farmers. This also enables us to collect the money at source, which helps us with the mitigating the default rate. So far, we're serving 55,000 farmers and then 200,000 on waitlist. We've onboarded also 55 cooperatives on our platform across coffee, dairy, and maize. We've also dispersed around 200 million shillings since last year, and in fact, half of it is from this quarter only. As mentioned, we've onboarded 1 tier 1 commercial bank as well as government fund to ensure a scalability and to finance the instant payment solution. And we are launching geomapping service and other value addition services on our platform. Our team also comes from a diverse background from agriculture, finance, and tech. But what unites us is a passion to empower these smallholder farmers. We are just about to start our fundraising in a seed round, $3 million, to expand across Kenya, as well as to continue building out a product, especially taking advantage of a database to enable AI-driven product features. We're also looking to diversify in our revenue. We are currently in touch with other value addition services from soil testing to insurances, crop insurances, to ensure that we scale and provide affordable services to the farmers. So today, I'd like all of you to join us to harvest a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, and a delightful job with smallholder farmers there. I have two questions for you. The first one, I've seen the projected income, but can you just give us a sense of what your current income is, revenues that is? And then second, what is the ultimate cost to the farmer? You know, your transaction fees, the cost of credits from the financier. What's the impact on the farmer, if you can give us a sense of that?
Yes, I could talk about the impact. So currently, farmers, usually they need to wait for 6 months. So what they do is that they borrow money from digital lenders or even from their neighbors for above 100% per annum. What we're offering is a one-off fee that is very transparent and upfront, and is deducted as the disbursement happens. So in that sense, farmers are looking at 100%, over 100% in per annum interest, or what we provide is roughly around 15 to 20% when it comes to per annum rate.
Yeah, about the revenue, we are actually not at our best in revenue. We are a few $1,000s a month, but that's because we have been very deliberate to make sure that we do not go all out providing instant payment to every cooperative as soon as we onboard them, because we want to make sure that our payment, that we can collect. So we are offering end-of-season payment that you saw is a smaller cut for us, for all our cooperatives, and we've only been providing instant payment for one cooperative that is actually giving us half of our revenue. So from April, since we have tested it long enough and we have seen the repayment and we know it's working well, we will open up our instant payment where we are hoping for a hockey stick in revenues going forward.
Thank you so much. I just have one question around how you're partnering with the cooperatives. What is onboarding like with these cooperatives? I imagine that they're super manual, quite complicated. They're also very spread out across the country. And also, how do you then do the verification of the farmers within the cooperative?
Okay, that's a good question, Nani. Yes, cooperatives, like Koya mentioned, they really vary. We do have some that are very manual, and then we have others that are, you know, the big ones that we all know about that make their 9 billion shillings and stuff that are very, so it depends. We do not have a one-size-fits-all in how we onboard the cooperatives. The ones that are already digital, they usually are happy to run our product in parallel, and every one of them that has run our product in parallel has shifted to VunaPay, and it becomes a very easy way to onboard them. Others, we actually have some where we have to begin from providing laptops and stuff. But thankfully, we do have, for instance, the government fund that comes in and provides a digi-loan to them. So when you go into a region, we know there are some that will come in quickly, and we also know that there are some that are a long game.
And yeah, in terms of farmers verification, we have a SMS receipt service. So every time farmers delivers their produce, they first of all get a SMS receipt. Whenever they don't get that receipt, it's the farmers that really initiate their contact to the cooperatives, which then we would make sure that the information is updated. This also happens with payment. If the payment doesn't go through, we have a customer success manager in each region that would address these payment issues straight away, which also ensures us with keeping up the most up-to-date payment information for these individuals.
If I can take that question from, if you're asking whether we have to pre-qualify each customer in each cooperative, was that what your question was?
Part of it, yeah.
Yes. Okay, belonging to the cooperative, that there's already a register. Thankfully, the cooperative is a very well-regulated industry, so that one we are sure they belong there. But then as soon as we are ready to work with a cooperative, everyone there is pre-qualified because we are providing them pretty much an advance payment to what they have already delivered.
Thanks, Gaturi. Thank you so much for this, and congratulations about getting this far. The question I had is, and maybe it's more about my banking hat than anything else, than the tech hat, which is, if you pay the farmer instantly on behalf of the cooperative and the bank, I'm just trying to figure out the risk in terms of, are you taking risk on the cooperative to then pay you back? Or are you taking risk on the cooperative to pay the bank back? So in that case, it's a bank taking the risk. And then what happens if, so you've paid, say, T instantly, and T has got this annual KTDA, small scale farmer bonus cycle. What happens if the price being sold of T down the road is less than the price you paid instantly to the farmer? How you manage that risk?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Mutiga. That's, yes, we do mitigate. There are different people that actually hold the risk. Depending on the financier. So for us, we just take the risk on having a bad product. Yes. But we mitigate ensuring that, that price fluctuation, because you talked about that, by making sure we're not advancing everything. Because no one knows. Tea, coffee are sold in the exchange and the rate could change. But it doesn't vary 200% or 300% or, going down to 10%. So we work out what we believe is the safest rate based on what they have been selling for the last so many years, and then we advance that. They still get the rest of their money back, and they're happy with that. About the risk of who carries the risk of the repayment, it is the financier in this case. So that's why we select financiers that are very versed in the specific value chains that we are working with.
Just a quick question around the fundraise. First of all, is it just talk a bit more about your round? So it's $3 million. Is it all equity? Is this your first institutional round, or have you raised before? What sort of, if it's all equity, what sort of dynamics around equity that you would be giving an investor coming in are you thinking about? Just a little bit more around that.
Yeah, sure. So we have fundraised a pre-seed round in 2023 with one local investor as well as one international investor. In terms of the breakdown of the equity and debt, it is a combination of both. The debt is more to partially also fund the instant payment solution through our own loan book, just to maintain some flexibility. And then the equity is more for scaling out and onboarding more clients throughout Kenya.
And what's the split?
The split, we can talk more in detail. I'm happy to pick up the conversation. Yeah.
No, the reason I'm asking is 3 million is a large number for some. Okay, anyway, we can talk more.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to ask about, so you're seeking $3 million fundraising, and one of the items that you want to work on is to diversify your products. So would you please elaborate a little bit more on your product roadmap and how that brings value to your business?
Yeah, in terms of revenue diversification, we have some exciting pipeline in terms of our partners. We've recently closed the MOU with one of the leading insurance company here to offer crop insurance as well as medical insurance through a platform. A lot of actually cooperatives are doing this manually at the moment, but with facilitating payments, collecting the premium, we believe that we can make that a lot more effective. Also, we are in touch with other agri-tech companies, including soil testing as well as asset financing companies focused on providing affordable and sustainable agricultural machineries, which is also something that we're looking to do. But this is all possible because of our payment infrastructure, as well as our customer base, as well as our real-time data that we collect on our platform. So right now, we're just looking to really focus on, with the pre-seed round that we raised and with the customer base and the database that we built, what else can we do? What else can we provide as an additional service to these farmers?
Yes, we will be raising at the end of the year, not right now.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vunape.
Thank you.
quite the spread, right? From collections, social selling, to agriculture, quite the spread, and there's more to come. So for now, we take a 5-minute health break, stretch your legs, get some sun or some breeze, and then we'll convene back here in 5 minutes for a panel session, and then we dive right into the next set of pitches. So see you shortly. Check, check. Just a point of note, if you need water, where we had breakfast this morning, Check. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call us back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, let us kindly take our seats. If you're in the booths as well, join us in the main plenary. I think great conversations happening all around. We'll have an opportunity to continue those. I see our next panel is convening. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly. Panel. Gentlemen, kindly. Hi, Ori. How you doing? This next panel is an investors panel that will be looking at powering Africa's future through venture capital and fueling innovation. And hopefully this panel tackles this critical question. I'd like you to help me please welcome our moderator, Marianne from Endeavor, and her esteemed panelists. So Marianne, join me on stage. Help me welcome her on stage kindly. They're not helping me. She said, you're not helping me welcome her on stage. Asante Sana, and she'll be joined by her panelist, Isaac Otolo from PwC, Noni Burbridge from Enza Capital, Jerry Mohia from Frontend VC, Joyce Ann from Chui Ventures. Looking forward to this session. Karibuni. I think the mics are hot. If they're not, we could just switch them on. Can do a quick mic check.
Test. Mic check.
Excellent.
Great. Thank you, Bogwa, and thank you, first of all, to all the founders. Coming on stage to pitch is certainly not an easy job, whether you're an extrovert or an introvert. And then to everyone in the audience today. So we're going to have an investor conversation because there is capital, and then there is risk capital, right? Most conventional sources of capital would be running towards safety, safe assets. These guys are running after risk. They're chasing risk. They're funding the builders, the dreamers, all those guys who are on stage today. And we need more of them. Because, we're Kenya, right? The Silicon Savannah. So I'll ask each of them to introduce themselves, how they support startups, and what organization they're representing today. So let me start with you, Joyce-Ann.
Sure. Hello, everybody. Good to be here. What were we told? Eh? Ah. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so I'm Joy-san Wainaina. I'm the managing partner of Chewy Ventures. Caesar is one of the guys, he's our investment principal who was listening to the demo day. We invest across Africa, sub-Sahara Africa, Pan-African focused fund. We look at seed stage founders, local investors with a gender equity focus. We are tech-enabled investors, so everybody here, everything we have heard today, we are busy writing detailed notes. We have already made 13 investments across Africa, most of them in Kenya. We have also made several investments in Nigeria and Senegal, and hopefully Cote d'Ivoire this month. And our focus is along two key areas, if I was to say. Break it down into financial services. Our entire team are former bankers, former investors, so financial services is where we really pay attention. And also market efficiency. And if you think about what is market efficiency is where you enable or improve costs for SMEs, businesses, enterprises, etc. So that's a little bit about us.
Great. Good to have you here today.
Hello. Is it good afternoon yet? Or is it still good morning?
It's good morning. It's been so exciting, eh?
My name is Njeri. I am one of the founding partners of Front End Ventures. We are a Kenya-based VC fund focusing on supporting gritty, resource-efficient founders, specifically looking for local founders and female founders in the space. We are focused on the future of work, productivity, and well-being, and backing tech and tech-enabled ventures that are solving for those areas at scale. So far we are 11 portfolio companies in, Twiva being one of them, and yeah, very excited to be here.
Great. Thanks, Njeri. Over to you, Noni.
Hi, my name is Noni Burbage. I'm an investment principal for Enza Capital. I've worked in the financial services sector for over a decade, starting my career in private equity before founding EAVCA, which is East Africa Private Equity Venture Capital Association. I'm also a former startup founder, so I really do understand what a lot of the founders are going through. And just a little bit about Enza. Enza comes from the Zulu word meaning to create, to build, and we are a multi-stage venture capital firm. We write checks of 250K up to 5 million across pre-seed up to Series B. We are truly Pan-African, meaning we can invest as far as Egypt, across to West Africa, both Francophone and Anglophone West Africa, as well as Southern Africa. So it's really great to be here.
Great. And then to balance our panel, we have Isaac.
Hi, good morning, everyone. As I guess I'm the odd one out here, I get to sit with these lovely ladies as a start, and then on the other part, I'm not an investor, I'm an advisor. So I'm a partner at PwC. I lead our transaction advisory team across East Africa, so that would cover Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Zambia. And I also support startup investors and startups themselves. Thank you.
Great. Good to have you here, Isaac. So, Joy-san, let's just dive right in. Where are we as a VC ecosystem? And how do you see the role of venture capital evolving to support startup founders in Kenya and beyond?
Right. That's a great question. And fortunately, the backdrop was painted very well by Michael Mutiga earlier. So VC has evolved, especially into Africa over the last 10 years. He gave us some of the statistics. But a lot of venture flow has been coming into Africa, especially from the highs of, let's say, 2022, where we saw about $5 billion of venture into Africa. Of course, that has tapered out. And last year, I think we only saw about $2.2 billion into Africa. A lot of it into Kenya, the big markets. So that's the backdrop, and I think we all have these figures. But I think the real story is the valuable outcomes that have come out of this for countries like Kenya and Africa. And I would put it into 4 categories. The first one being we have seen more local startups. The second one being we are seeing more local investors. The third is we are seeing more corporate players. And the fourth is there's been more focus on sustainability and impact. So let me explain slightly on all those four. On the first one, on local players. In the past, these founders, most of the founders you'd come across would be SME businesses trying to solve for local problems, but without using tech. And I think because of the flow of VC money, there has been a stronger emphasis on tech solutions. So a lot of companies have actually evolved from problem solving, building small businesses, building small industries, into building tech-enabled industries that can scale and have a higher chance of success. In reality, when you say we are looking at for risk capital, we are providing risk capital, we're not providing risk capital for small businesses. We are providing risk capital for young businesses that can scale. There's a big difference. And that's what VC has done for the ecosystem. The second thing is on local investors. And, just looking around us here, this just tells you the story. 10 years ago, VC was a foreign concept. A lot of foreign investors would come in, tourist capital included, ride in and ride out when, the situation changes. Interest rates in the US go up. This is not the time to take risk capital in Africa. Let's go get better returns in the US or in Europe. So the more we have been able to encourage and enable local investors, the more, can I say, rooted the capital has become, because this is capital here to stay. What happens? Where are you going after this? Probably, if things go wrong, you're still here, regardless. So and with the local capital, we are also seeing local LPs. We have actually been able to encourage local LPs. I know probably for your fund as well. The first LPs that came into Chewy Ventures was actually high net worth individuals from this market. 90% who have never ever invested in a fund. So that encourages and enables, and that brings more access to capital for all the founders as well, because they're beginning to see a space they have never paid attention to, because before it was, treasury bills or real estate. Now there's venture, which is exciting. Then the third thing is on corporate players. The corporate players, which room are we in? Safaricom is now, with the Spark Fund. We have Visa accelerators. We have MasterCard that has even funded a couple of us. And Google Ventures has just recently invested in one of our founders, who is not in the room, but, I should shout out because they've just done a shout out on LinkedIn. And this is Letter. So it's not just having corporate players play in this space really validates founders, validates the funding that's coming through, and gives you the ability to think globally, not just locally. And then finally, the focus on sustainability and impact. For us as Chewy, we want to invest in founders and startups, but we also want to invest with purpose. We want financial returns, but we also want to know, and what else? So we look at job creation, we look at livelihoods, we look at financial inclusion, and of course, diversity. Diverse founders have the best returns. So that's how I would summarize. In conclusion, VC is going places, and it takes all of us. It will take all of us as a village to make it happen.
Yeah, and I like what Chewy has done with evangelizing the asset class. And when you're local, you build trust with people who would ideally not even participate. So good job on that. Isaac, we want a lot more people coming into the space. But there's a reason some of these people are not. There are challenges, they're seeing, there are risks they're seeing, and you're advising them, you're speaking to them. So what are they saying to you, and how are you advising them in terms of navigating those challenges?
Okay, thanks. Not an easy question to answer, but I think a lot of the people who have been up here today, both the founders and investees, and even just listening to Joyce-Ann now, can tell you all these things. We've all heard it before. Eh? And in fact, I really laughed when Joy was up here and she said, where? Things that stress them as they're looking for investment. So I think if we look at generally the environment we're in Africa, as Joyce-Ann said, there's always this thing about risk perception. You're almost starting on negative, yeah? And for me, I think it's really a perception issue. I attended an event a couple of weeks ago where there's a global emerging market risk database that's come out, really based on DFI investments into the continent. But what they're finding is the rate of defaults are actually still at the expected level for emerging markets, but the recoveries are higher than even some developed markets. So that tells you that in Africa, this perception of risk is just a perception. There's actually performing assets and they're doing very well. So I think you as a founder, you as an investee need to essentially present yourself where it's very clear to see, yes, these are the potential risks, but this is how they're already mitigated or diversified clearly. I think one of the other challenges that we also get as advisors is when you get a startup founder come to us and they're not investment ready at all. The idea sounds great. You can probably see where it's going, or sometimes they can't really package the story, so you don't know where you come in. So I think it's really important for you as a founder, you as an investee, to think about, how am I packaging my story? What is it I'm really selling? Where's the revenue going to come from? And what is the product at the end of the day? Sometimes you can sit listening to someone for 1 hour and you don't really know what that product is. So I think it's key for them to get the right advice to be able to present themselves in a good way. And I think things like this Spark Accelerator program is fantastic for that. How can we incubate and nurture the good things that iHub is doing as well to essentially help our startups here? Because I really feel the economy and even all these things we talk about, job creation, will come from this segment. I think the other issue that everyone always talks about is how to exit. Speaking for a friend, although I include that friend myself, I mean, we put some money into something around tech probably 12, 15 years ago. And the reality is a lot of people who put money into those things put money there, well, if I lose it, it's okay, or if it works out, at least I can pay for college for my kids or something like that. So it takes a really long time. The capital has to be patient. It's good to see that a lot of the guys who are up here earlier are talking about patient capital. But I think if we have more local investors who are helping with that scaling aspect, it's easier to also get those businesses to a point where they can exit without too much difficulty. So yeah, I think the great things that Safaricom is doing, the great things that the likes of MasterCard and Visa, as you mentioned, are doing, will help transform this space. It's good to see that a lot of people that we speak to looking for money today are actually well packaged. They know what they're talking about. It's very different from 10 years ago. And a lot of the times the ideas are ahead of their time, and they just need a bit of panel beating, and they're there. So yeah, good to see the space evolving, and I think there's a lot of potential. Yeah.
So it's an ecosystem effort, and I think what I'm hearing you say is we have to tell these stories, we have to build these narratives, and now we can back it up, because we have actual local funds and actual. Thank you. Thanks for that, Isaac. So Noni, when founders how do you decide between startup A, startup B? How do you think about risk? How do you think about return? And how should founders be, thinking about their own story, their own business model when they're pitching to you in terms of, risk and return?
Thank you for that. So I think first of all, it would be helpful to kind of highlight the investment thesis that Enza, has. But in short, we're looking for founders and startups that are using technology to solve large and meaningful problems across the continent. I think entrepreneurship is incredibly hard, and so even for founders, the opportunity really does need to be really large to kind of compensate for a lot of the risks that they're going to go through. Each different investor is going to have their own thesis, and so the first thing they're looking for is, does this business align with our thesis? I would say that that's one of the initial things that they're looking to check off. The next thing they're probably looking to see is how the business has made progress, since inception. There are a number of risks along the journey. They can include technological risk. Have they actually overcome that? They can include product risk. How close are they to something like product market fit? Do they have a good understanding of where their product is going and what the customers are saying? There's also commercialization risk. Do these guys really know how to make money off the product and off the tech? And of course, there are other risks like regulatory or policies. And I believe that the job of a VC is to help these businesses to de-risk their business, partly by giving them capital so that they can move, from one milestone to the next. Because with every new round that you have, you are bringing your risk down because you have fresh capital. But I believe that the second role is to actually add value. And so, investors come with their networks. They come with access to further funding. And I think that investors have a real role to play in supporting the businesses with de-risking at all of the different stages. And again, it will depend on, what kind of team the VC has and where they add value. You can add value in product and tech. Perhaps you have, let's say, a CTO in residence. We do. We can really support our founders in their product and tech architecture. Maybe you want to add value for your financial services or fintechs. You might be able to help them raise local currency debt, for example. So there are a number of ways that you can add value that will also help to de-risk the businesses. So I think there is always going to be this interplay between risk and return. But ultimately, what we are looking for is founders and startups that are using technology to solve large and meaningful problems across the continent.
So just as it is important for the investor to understand the founder, I think we're also asking founders to also understand the incentives that are driving VCs. So you can also choose, the ones that are more aligned to your own, ambition. So Njeri, to close this round of questions, yes, we are funding, entrepreneurs at the very early stages. We are listening to really early, exciting businesses. But how are we ensuring that even as they scale, we're not leaving them high and dry, right? How are we supporting them as they scale? How does that change in terms of, the challenges that you're starting to see as they do that? And beyond these stories, we have to build these narratives. Financial services or fintechs, you might be able to help. So good, they had to play it twice. Good job, Noni. And beyond funding, what else are we doing to support the founders?
Yeah, so I think Noni did an excellent job of introducing the importance of value addition. I think especially now in this funding winter, or where we've come to where there's a lot less capital in the market, VCs now need to take a really intentional approach to value addition. It's no longer, let's talk every couple of months, but really thinking about what, as a VC, can we contribute to de-risking and propelling these founders forward. At front end, we've seen that particularly when it comes to the early stage, so in that pre-seed, seed stage, focusing on how you can find the inflection points in the go-to-market strategies for these founders is really important. Thinking about pricing, thinking about positioning, thinking about distribution. Because especially at this early stage, which a lot of the founders in this, in the Accelerator are part of, these are the core priorities that they're focusing on. And we've seen, even with Safaricom and that ad that Chumz benefited from, the right partnerships can really catalyze growth significantly. And as VCs with local networks and local knowledge, and if we're also building these relationships with corporate partners or with local investors who know other things, then we can find those points in their sort of growth and increase the cadence and make it steeper. Get to the hockey stick, that is. I think the other area that we should really be focusing on is around talent. A lot of the founders have talent in-house, but they're thinking about who can help me grow, who can help the finances. There's a lot of talent. Talent is a key question that early stage businesses are asking. And so as VCs, we need to be thinking about how can we not only create access to talent, but how can we also reduce the cost of good talent. So Noni's example of a CTO in residence is great. We've seen other examples such as fractionalized CFOs, but we really need to be thinking about shared resource models that we can put out into market so that these founders have best-in-class talent, because truth be told, good talent can go anywhere. Startup, corporate, I don't know, they are not hell-bent on this particular mission. And so we need to figure out how to align incentives so that we can keep good talent in the startup ecosystem. And then lastly is around operational excellence. As these businesses begin to think about scaling, how can we as VCs identify opportunities to address operational risk when they're now entering multiple markets or launching various business lines? An example of this is centralizing costs, so that when these businesses are coming back into market for later stage funding, they've sorted out all of those questions already. So those are the areas I would mention.
So, and with a strong emphasis on partnering. And I can't tell you how exciting it is to see the ecosystem, deepen in this way. So we only had 20 minutes from Mbugua. Do we take one question or? Yeah, okay. We have permission to take a question. Is there a question from the crowd, and especially from the founders in the room, about what you've heard? Okay, non-founders too. All right, so seeing no hands raised, I think we'll say, oh, there is one. Okay, great.
Thank you. One question. Now, since that you've rightly put it, there's a funding drought right now in the market. What would be your advice to founders? I mean, you've seen hundreds of decks, you've seen all the presentations. How should we adjust accordingly so that we can be there when, the upturn is coming back in? Thank you.
I think we all can take a little portion of that question. That's a great question, John. What we're telling founders in this season is this is the time to build strong businesses. Build for, conserve cash. Think about profitability. There was a time in the past where you could build and, you can scale to all ends and, profits be damned. But I don't think that is the case. I think I heard one person here saying, we are already profitable. We will be profitable next year. So I think you've already adjusted. So building strong companies, being cash conservative, and solving real problems. Because when you solve a real problem, you will get real customers. I think that's what I'd say.
I think what I would add is really interrogate your capital stack and what capital you require. I think before the default setting was go and find VC funding, but in your capital stack, you could probably find grant capital that can support some of your fundraising needs. It's a different kettle of fish with different requirements, but there is grant capital out in the market. Thinking about if your business can take on debt and who's available in the ecosystem. So as opposed to thinking about your full round being funded by VC capital, can we think strategically around how much needs to be allocated by which kind of funder?
To add on to what Joy-san and Jerry have said, I would say use the time also to develop and deepen your relationships with VC investors. You want to keep them top of mind with your information. It could include maybe an investor newsletter, but in that you want to highlight your milestones, you want to highlight your growth, you want to highlight what you've achieved so that you're constantly in the back of their minds. I don't think you should spam them, but I think that it is really important to continue developing relationships with them directly so that when you do, open a round, they are very cognizant of what you've actually done and your traction, and the conversation should go a lot better and faster.
Yeah, not any different from my side, I guess. Spend the time developing your product, package yourself, get yourself investor ready, take advantage of the opportunities out there to give you the support that you need. Manage your valuation expectations. We always get people coming to us with valuations that are sky high. And I think also speak to the local investors. There's greater appetite from the local market to invest. They too are looking at different opportunities. It's an opportunity for them to take the space as well because previously all that money was coming from outside. So yeah, I think it's a great opportunity to take advantage of the situation, even though it does look a bit bleak. Yeah.
And to round it off, speak to other founders, especially those who are 1 or 2 steps ahead of you, so you can avoid some of the mistakes they made. All right, so this was a conversation starter. Okay, yes.
Mic is working, but yeah, it is. So Dennis, work for M-Pesa Africa. And perhaps this is around capital raising. And we've mentioned there's more local capital. But I mean, my understanding is that pension funds hold a lot of capital. Safaricom is actually involved in Spark Accelerator. And I don't know, I saw Fred Wedaka somewhere here. But perhaps, and also Mutiga is there, what would be your pitch for these pension funds, like for example the Safaricom pension fund, to ensure that then they can put in some of that capital they're holding into VC firms such as yours?
I'm starting to think Jerry spends more time speaking to pension funds than founders, trying to solve for that. But yes, Jerry, please take that.
Yes, actually, it's true. It's becoming more 50-50. And but yes, I think the pension fund industry is a significantly important pot of capital that we need to tap into. Currently, we see no allocation to VC and only about 0.6% to PE, even though the regulator allows us to go up to 10%. And so there's clearly not an issue with the mechanics of investing, but we really need to address, to your point earlier, the risk perception. Pension funds are very risk averse, and they're coming out of a period of time where government bonds have been giving excellent returns. And so aligning the risk return in their minds doesn't necessarily make too much sense. Why would I go to a VC if I'm going to get 15% on that IFB, whatever it is? So now as we're seeing rates come back down, there's an opportunity that we can seize right now to get their attention, because also beyond the fact that rates are coming down, there is a need to diversify. Having 89% of the schemes investing in government bonds actually creates a risk issue, and they're no longer operating prudently. But to be able to actually bring them to the table, you have to commit to investor education. It's not about pitching the fund, it's about pitching the asset class. What are the opportunities? How, as an asset class, can we de-risk pension fund capital? Can we answer their questions or issues around liquidity? Because this is patient capital. And yes, they should know that they're patient, but they don't think that way. And so there's a lot of work to be done around education, trustee incentives, fund manager incentives, because they direct where they put the money in on behalf of pension funds, and really thinking about the demographics of these pension funds. So to be able to really bring them to the table, it's going to take a multi-stakeholder conversation. We're going to need the trustees in the room, we're going to need corporates in the room, we're going to need the founders in the room, and the funds in the room, so that we can have a holistic conversation and hopefully get them to experiment first. And even just 1% of pension fund allocation into the Kenyan pension fund allocation into VC would equal about $2 billion. So it's a worthwhile conversation. And let's start with Safaricom.
So call to action for Safaricom. But this is an industry-wide effort. And, you know, a rising tide will raise all boats. So I think that's the one thing that we should all put some time into. Jerry, thanks for leading that charge. Okay, so I was saying this is a conversation starter. Please tag these people after this. If you have follow-on questions, they're very, very accessible and very excited to speak to founders. Thank you once again, and thank you to our esteemed panel. Thank you.
Asanteni, as they exit the stage, I mean, as an entrepreneur myself, sometimes I'm yet to meet a pessimistic entrepreneur. We err on excessive optimism sometimes. And, you know, Michael mentioned something to me earlier and said, in as much as entrepreneurs could be optimistic to a fault, we have to understand that it is in the DNA of an investor to always think about that risk. The one question that wasn't asked, and I hope someone would have picked up on it, is yesterday someone said, whenever you're building a business in Africa, you're probably building 3 or 4 businesses simultaneously. And I'm just very curious about what the perspective of investors is on that particular angle. You say you're in mobility, but you end up being in the payments business. You end up being in another business, in the collections business. So, you know, what's the view of investors on that particular peculiarity of building on the continent? We now dive right into our next round of pitches. Remember, it is a 15 minutes presentation, and I'll try be a bit strict on the time. 5 minutes presentation, and then 10 minutes Q&A. And for this panel, we are expecting our CEO, Dr. Peter Ndegwa. He will be joining us later. We have Dilip Pal, Chief Financial Officer, Safaricom PLC. Fred Waithaka, Acting Chief Corporate Affairs Officer, Safaricom PLC. Yusuke Hirose, General Manager, Media and Digital Business, Sumitomo Corporation. Caesar Nyaga, Investment Principal, Tree Ventures. Noni Burbridge, Enza Capital. Yes, and Noni Burbridge, Enza Capital. Help me welcome them back to the panel. Like I said, Peter should be joining us later, but we will begin. And first to pitch is Twiva.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Kironji, co-founder and CEO of Twiva. Our mission is to transform Africa by enabling and empowering 1 million online entrepreneurs by 2030. We are currently churning our 10 to 12 million young graduates going into the job market every year on the continent. Yet there are only 3 million formal jobs. The question is, what do we do with the rest? They have no clear path to dignified work. One of the space that is fronted to create a lot of opportunities for our young people is the creator economy space. But starting and scaling a business in that space is quite challenging. These creators face a lot of challenges, from complex supply chains to lack of access to capital, lack of knowledge, and of course insights to tap into that space to earn meaningfully. Our solution is an end-to-end platform for these creators that equip them with all the tools, the resources, and infrastructure that they need to tap into this opportunity. And we are doing this by creating a platform that gives them access to brand sponsorship so that they can market other businesses, access to products for those who want to do what the industry would call drop shipping, giving them digital storefronts where they can interface with their customers, logistics and fulfillment, all the way to embedded financial services, payment solutions, and of course, a business optimization tool so that they can leverage that opportunity. How does the solution work? Businesses sign up, they list their products, their services, or campaigns, and then we use our AI tools to match this with the right creators. And then again, we give them all the tools they need, all the resources they need to effectively market and sell these products and services across all their social media platforms where they have a presence, which is where customers discover these products. We make money through 2 main revenue streams, influencer marketing and social commerce. For influencer marketing, we charge subscriptions and have a take rate of 7% on the influencers' earnings. And for social commerce, we have a success-based fee on sales. Last year, we did revenues of $1.5 million US. We have 4,500 SMEs on our platform, and today, 28,000 social sellers. I know it says 26 there. That's the traction between trying to revise a pitch. We have a few strategic technology and distribution partners, such as AliExpress in terms of where we are sourcing these products, M-Pesa distributing through a mini app, and Microsoft. We are backed by MasterCard Foundation, FCDO, Challenge Fund for Youth Employment, and of course, institutional investors that are supporting us. Our team, a co-founding team, has a cumulative of 25 years of experience within the creator economy space. 2 are second-time founders and 1 with a successful exit. We've been growing at around 100% year over year for the last 5 years, and we project that we're going to have a 10-fold increase in our revenue over the course of the next 3 years, and we aim to go to 5 African markets. We have a contract for $6 million to go into those particular 5 markets. So we are not starting from scratch. And we are going to use a franchise model to scale to some of these difficult to penetrate markets, raising $2.5 million to enhance our platform, to increase our working capital because of the influencer marketing vertical. And of course, for regional expansion, we have successfully closed $1 million and have a good book of soft commitments. Allow me to give you just a taste of the solution. If you could cue the video, I would appreciate that.
Imagine if you had 10,000 sales agents pushing your content across social media at no extra cost. This is the future of commerce. At Twiva, we are redefining traditional e-commerce experiences by blending social conversations with digital transactions to enable brands to not just make brand awareness, but also sales traction. On our platform, brands are able to discover influencers and filter through key data such as the audience location, demographics, and industry preferences. They can hire the influencers, manage them, and pay them directly on the platform. Our social listening tool enables brands to be able to monitor and track the campaign performance, tapping into key insights such as the audience sentiments and engagement during the campaign period. Brands are able to list their products on the platform and get access to inventory management and order tracking tools. Once they list the products, our influencer matching tool will match them to the right influencers who add these products to their e-shop. The influencers can then leverage on our shoppable content tool to create content. Think of this as a digital co-pilot that understands their audience preferences and the tone of voice to use to create engaging content. This is how customers are able to discover the products through an embedded link on the post. The customer would click on the link and get directed to Twiva, where they can seamlessly check out. Our logistics partners are able to deliver across different counties in Kenya. Brands and influencers have access to a digital wallet that enables them to withdraw, transact, send money, and also send invoices directly on the platform. For brands, Twiva is not just another marketing tool, it's an affordable and scalable distribution system. So what are you waiting for? Join the social commerce revolution.
Super, thank you.
Excellent. Now, time for Q&A. Checkbooks then?
Let me get the ball rolling. Thanks a lot, Peter, for the presentation. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't understand or maybe pick out what you need from us.
Good question. So for us is access to market, access to tech, and access to capital. So for investors, of course, access to capital. We have the 1.5 left, I would say around 700, 800. That's what we are raising because the others are looking like we could close that in the next couple of weeks. For, of course, folks who are here, who are strategic, is how do we distribute this to more young people who are trying to earn a living. There's some partnership like Safaricom, S-Hook, where we are engaging these young people. And more importantly on the business side, access to SMEs, access to enterprises. And then on the tech is strategic folks who have access to API infrastructure that we can use to build our solution. So that's your social media, mostly from your Metas, your Googles, and whatnot. So at least us getting through those doors to articulate the value.
And then in terms of the platform you're currently using, is it a self-owned proprietary solution or you're licensing it from a third party?
Oh, okay. I should have started there. I'm an engineer, so ground up. We own the entire stack in terms of IP. So again, accessible across all the devices or platforms from iOS, Android, and web. So quite a robust platform.
Hi, Peter. Congratulations. I remember seeing you during KCJF many years ago.
Thank you.
So I have a question. how has your journey evolved over the years that you've been building? And what has been the kind of key customer, which is either the brands or the influencers? What's been their feedback that has enabled you to kind of iterate and hit product market fit and that huge revenue number from last year?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I think on the business side, if we start there, it's quite a spectrum from your micro, small, medium enterprises, corporates, and multinationals. So initially, we were just targeting the SMEs, and that's why our business model has a transactional-based component, which is, can we create value for you first and then capture, which we'd call commissions. But again, trying to also push the influencer marketing to these micro and small businesses, they don't have the resources to uptake it. So what we have done is to now, for small businesses, they are starting by reselling products. And then for enterprises, folks who can appreciate brand awareness, at least from top of the funnel all the way to conversion, then we are doing a hybrid. So it's, again, tailoring the value proposition for these businesses depending on where they are. For influencer marketing, again, it's the same thing. The industry would classify them from the small to the large, which is nano, micro, mid-tier to mega influencers. Again, for nano, these are folks who are coming straight from universities. They don't have tools to actually package themselves as a brand, even storytelling, marketing, and selling online. So for them, they are starting by reselling these products as we upskill and train them to move them to micro influencers. So micro influencers is where at least we have a lot of value. They are relatively affordable within the market, quite effective in terms of being very productive. They have an understanding of how to package brands online. And then for those that are transitioning to the mega, the celebrities, they are good at raising awareness, but not particularly so with conversion. So this is for launching new product services or courses, if they are social courses. But also, as they become mega, we now start to treat them as SMEs. Because now I have merchandise, I have a beauty product, fashion product. So we are not changing anything. We just need to power you from the business. Because remember, everything we are giving an influencer, we're also giving the business in terms of how do you create content, how do you schedule that, push it on social media platforms to give the customer a guided path to purchase. So that's how I look at it in terms of the clarity of what we are doing. But allow me to say this, because we have gained clarity at least towards the last 6 months or so. Another way to look at Twiva is that the focal point is the creator. So our responsibility is to create tools and all the resources they need to excel. So that, or rather I would say, influencer marketing is one of the things we do. Social commerce, in terms of giving them access to catalogs and digital fronts, is the other thing we do. But they also need access to financial tools. How do I get paid? How do I invoice? How do I charge in terms of the digital rate cards? So giving them all these tools to also understand the social media ecosystem where they are operating. For example, how do I package? How do I choose the niche to play in terms of what type of content and what type of products to push? So that, again, is supporting us to know how to repackage our value proposition, but also how do we upskill them so that we are building an engine that is quite scalable.
Quick question, Peter. Of the funding you're raising, you indicate that part of it is going to working capital. Is that to sort of bridge the gap between when an influencer should get paid and when the brands get paid? And if that's the case, are you raising that in equity, or would you consider raising that in debt?
So you're spot on. Of course, it's debt, but of course, convertible notes to some extent. This is actually an industry problem. I'm sure you have seen what is happening even with our worthy competitors. If we are not able to pay the influencers, and particularly the risk with the nanos and the micro ones, is that they think if they defame the brand, they're going to be paid. So it's diluting the entire space. But also, I feel influencers should be paid, and they should be paid in good time, because those are also the resources they need to utilize to go create meaningful content that pushes these brands, and that's how we create value. But also, if you look at the corporates and multinationals, we as platforms, as startups, for the most part, we are having to queue to align with the procurement processes. Most of these corporates will give you something close to 30 days or 45 business days after the work has been done. So there is no way you are going to scale that vertical if you don't have a war chest in terms of working capital. So it's to solve that problem. It's a massive problem. One of the investors who we have already closed is in to just solve that particular problem so that we are not diluting the space.
So you mentioned there's both the influencer marketing and the reseller or the social commerce. Looking forward, as you grow, where do you expect the distribution of your business? Will it be primarily influencer marketing, or would it be primarily the social commerce?
That's a good one. So for us, is to some extent informed hypothesis, but it's not that clear in terms of the movement within the market. What I would say is, for influencer marketing, the future of influencer marketing is performance-based. Currently, influencers don't want to commit to KPIs, but also brands are not realizing value in terms of what is the return on investment. So if you post on Instagram, on Facebook, how do I attribute? So most brands now want to know that I paid you 100,000 shillings, but I sold this number of units, and I can track that return on investment. So that is to say that what we anticipate is to have a hybrid model, the combination of both influencer marketing and social commerce, so that even when I'm willing to pay you extra, because there's value in creating brand awareness, I still need to use this social commerce as a tracking tool so that I know whether I can sustain to pay you. On the future of commerce, and I think this is nothing new in terms of how we transact on the continent, it's quite social. I want to buy from somebody, you know, that's how they transfer the trust that whatever they are selling is something I can believe, and we are seeing those behaviors on our platform. But also another challenge within that ecosystem is that if you work for one telco as an influencer, when you're marketing them, and they just gave you a campaign for 1 month, you're not going to work for the alternative tomorrow. It doesn't work like that, because then there's conflict in terms of the value that you are selling to your target audience. So a lot of influencers find themselves, you work for this brand and you learn out of the alternatives within that category. The example I like to give is when you go to, say, a supermarket, you don't feel conflicted when you find all these options. You're actually happy. And that's the behavior we are seeing on the social commerce front, that it's okay for me to sell these 5 different types of smartphones because you're giving me options as a customer. So that is to say that for influencers, they actually prefer this model because I can earn, I don't have to wait for businesses to discover me before I create value. And then what we're also seeing is that the social commerce is also powering the influencer marketing end, in the sense that if you come and you're launching a new product, then we're already showing you the data points of this, or rather this is the pool of influencers who have been selling that particular product, and they are better people to engage when it comes to hiring them for influencer marketing. So we expect a hybrid model as we move forward.
Round of applause for Twiva.
Terrific, thank you so much.
Up next is Chumz.
Good afternoon. My name is Samuel Njuguna. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company known as Chumz. Chumz, as you know, is slang for money. And based on whether you know that slang, I can tell you our age. We define Chumz as a goal-based savings and investment app that utilizes behavioral psychology and gamification for you to save and invest. In simple terms, we are making savings and investment fun. So we say there are 4 pillars of finance. There's savings, there's investments, there's credit, and there's insurance. Some people argue there is payments, but payments is a thread that ties all these 4. Of these 4, the most powerful one is savings. Because when you do savings, you can be able to invest, you can have a good credit score based on your savings, and you can be able to have to pay off your insurance. However, sorry? Yeah. So, however, savings has one big issue. And the big issue is that it's a behavioral thing. You need to build a savings habit, you need to be disciplined, and we have seen this cut across sub-Saharan Africa, where we have the lowest savings rate, which is 8.5%, compared to other countries, for example, in Europe, that are clocking to the upwards of 35%. So what's our solution to fix this savings problem or habit? Is that we are utilizing behavioral psychology and gamification to nudge users towards having a savings discipline. How are we doing this? One, we have created a product that is goal-based. Remember all that talk we had about SMART goals? Basically, we have put it in an app. Two, we have been able to create savings groups. Again, culturally, we know we have been saving well in sub-Saharan Africa, culturally, in terms of groups. And the reason why this works, if you go to a behavioral psychologist, is because of what we call social nudges. Because we are doing this together, it becomes fun, it becomes interesting, and it moves away from a money conversation to a social conversation. So on our app, what we have done is replicated this. We are able to create groups. In the groups, you can chat. Whenever one person deposits money, the app communicates to all the others, nudging them to put money as well. In addition to that, there are nudges we have created on the app. So for example, there are things we call round down and save on spend on the far end. If you spend money in a pub, we'll say, hey, we see you having fun. Would you like to save some of the money in your mobile money? Basically, a bit of guilt tripping. And a lot of people save because of that. And this is interesting. There's someone who was saying, I have a daughter called Anne. Would you enhance this so that if I pay for my beer, it actually shows me a picture of Anne and says, hey, would you like to put money aside for Anne? It's more compelling. So we also have other interesting challenges. For example, if you're a big fan of football, instead of savings being a 10 a.m. conversation on Monday morning, you checking how much you spent over the weekend, what if you could save based on your favorite football team? For example, you can say, whenever Arsenal wins, I'll be saving 1,000. So the app now tells you when the game is coming up, tells you in advance, tells you the results, and on top of that, it tells you, hey, you had said you save this amount based on this score. Or if you're a Man U fan, because you can't save based on wins, you can say, whenever Man U loses, I'll be saving 1,000. And it'll be very good. Other challenges we have one called Mia Kwa Mia, which since we launched in under 1 month, it was taken up by over 40,000 users. Basically telling people just save 100 for 100 days. We nudge you, we guide you, you see there's savings tricks, and you can see how you are performing. So we have envelope challenge. This one basically generates a magic number every week and tells you how much you're going to save. So essentially now we make savings a more personalized and interesting and fun thing to do. So this, the problem is, basically it's global, but in our context on areas we are looking at, our solution is layered on top of mobile money. So any country that has a deep penetration of mobile money, we're able to create these nudges because it ties to that. And that's why you're seeing the statistics here lie on active mobile money wallets, and it's a smart app, it's an app, so it lies on smartphones. So what's our impact so far? Again, with a savings and investment app, one of the big issues you have is to go past the block around trust. So right now, we are 2 years in the market. We are licensed by CMA. And the thing we have been building, other than the product, is the trust element in terms of relationships, being part of this Spark Fund. And since 2024 to 2025, we have seen a growth of 81% in terms of users. Interesting fun fact, in January this year, in a single month, we had 30,000 new users, which averages 1,000 customers per day. Attributed by the gamification element, but also people setting new goals for the year. Our gender split, women are saving more than men. Hello, men. And the line kuwekelea bet. So anyway, and then revenue growth, you can see how we have been performing. Between 2023 and 2024, we grew by 300%. We foresee also doing around 400% this year. Our average deposit is 80 shillings. And our throughput per month in terms of money being deposited is over 400 million. So 80 shillings matters. So, so it's something very interesting. Goals created, which is our true north. So while other wealth techs, their true north is on the amount of AUM retained, if you're building a habit product, Then the key goal is, are people achieving their goals? And so far now we have over 550,000 active goals, people, and the things they are saving are interesting. We have seen young mothers saving for their maternity plans on the app. We have seen guys who have bought their prosthetic arms and legs on the app, people starting businesses, all manner of things, even things we didn't expect. So what's our presence? Right now we're in Kenya. That's where we have been growing again. With a finance app, I think the biggest issue is building trust. We also launched in Rwanda. Rwanda, we're in partnership with Bank of Kigali to do what we call market deepening, allowing the retail segment also to save. We have also been cleared by the regulator in Uganda and Tanzania. And then we have a white labeling partner both in Botswana and South Sudan. Those are markets we had not intended to be, but we have entities or partners who are willing to white label the solution. So the team is quite diverse. This is some of the team. We are a team of 30 plus strong, but I thought it's key just to highlight some of them. We have experience across board. Before I started this, Chumz, I was involved in an entity that was building credit scoring engines, where we did scoring engines in Haiti, Senegal, quite a number of markets. And the other key thing I would like to highlight is it's very pertinent to build these savings solutions, because when we started marketing Chumz, one of the key questions customers would ask me is, we are seeing there's a component of interest. Why are you charging us interest? And I would be, wow, this interest you are earning. Turns out, our market is so full of lending apps that the term interest to the common man means something they are paying back to the company. So we're also happy that we are changing the narrative around what interest means, and it has also pushed our value to the need of creating a financial literacy component on the app. So what we're looking for is 1.5 million for very strategic partnership. Again, as I said, we are layered on top of where mobile money operates, so we are looking to partners who would invest to expand us into West Africa. Safaricom would like to layer on all areas you have M-Pesa Africa. So that's my pitch for money from you. Yes. And expanding. So this is my contact here and my email for anyone who's willing to give the money, and kindly download the app.
Looking for a fun and rewarding way to save? Chumz has you covered with exciting savings challenges designed just for you. Let's start with the Mia Kwa Mia challenge, your 100-day savings journey. Save any amount between 100 and 900 Kenya shillings every day for 100 days and watch your money grow with an 8% annual interest. But that's not all. Chumz offers even more challenges to suit your saving style. Try our year-long challenge, where you save every week for 52 weeks, or the envelope challenge, a 12-week plan to help you meet your goals faster. Love football? Join the Super Fans Challenge and save based on how your Premier League team performs. Save after each match and celebrate your wins with bigger savings. Looking for a disciplined savings option with great returns? The Chumz Vault is your answer. Lock in your savings for 9 months and earn market-beating returns starting at 10.25% per year. Whether you're saving daily, weekly, or based on your team's performance, there is a Chumz challenge for you. Start your journey today.
Thank you.
Over to the panel.
Just to start off, really impressive growth. I wanted to just ask around the revenue model. Is it management fees? Are you taking a spread? Is it a combination of both? What does your revenue build look like?
Yeah, so there's a revenue model now and what we anticipate we are going to do. And this, at the heart of it, is the fact that if you do savings right, you can be able to layer all the other 3 arms of finance, that is insurance, credit, and investments, which we're already doing, but enhancing more options. So currently what we are doing is our revenue model is aligned by people achieving their goals. So if you lock your money for a certain period, we also add a penalty if you try and break the goal. very much aligned with the users. In fact, we have seen them tell us for some of the savings challenges, we should introduce more penalties. The other way we do that, all the money that is amassed earns interest. We also do an interest differential between us and the entities. The other thing is we are mobilizing funds for the fund managers and the investors. So for that, we take a portion of the management fee. And then there's one arm that we are looking into, which we think from our survey is going to be very big, whereby all these goals people are saving for, now we are looking to partner with them on a B2B component. Because right now I can tell you, for example, every month you'd have around 500 million that is withdrawn from the app, but then it just goes back to the goals, to the user, and then they have to send that money to the merchant who's providing the service they are saving for. But that one it's something now we are finalizing, and hopefully by next quarter it should be live. Yes.
Thank you so much for that. I've got one question, actually two if you don't mind. Okay. My first one is around your customer acquisition cost and the strategy, and what the lifetime value is. And then what are you seeing in terms of usage and activity? Is it daily, weekly, monthly? How frequently are your savers coming back into your app and spending time on it, etc.?
Yeah, so the whole, at the heart of the app, it's the whole element of gamification. So we would have failed if we don't gamify even the user acquisition. So what we have done on the app, we have looked at ways we can gamify user acquisition, ways to create network effects to ensure our cost of acquiring a new customer is very low. So for example, one of the things we have done on the app is with group functionalities, how can you enhance the network effect? That existing users are able to create a group, and from the group they can invite their family and friends to save together. And it goes as simple as, for the users who saved very well, we tell them, hey, Mike, you saved well. Would you mind introducing a friend to a group, and you get them also to save? So they have a badge of honor that they are doing well on their finances, and at the same time they feel like they can be a teacher. So we have quite a number of approaches around that to ensure that works. The other bit is these gamification elements in themselves have created a sense of virality on our app. More so what we have seen is over December holidays, when people have had a good holiday because of money they had saved on the Chumz app, it becomes a discussion among the family. And that actually every December and Jan we see an uptake of the app in a very heavy way. So that's one. The other thing is in terms of the usage, what we do is, again, we have a number of nudges that we do. So for example, today being a Friday, and I urge you to download the app, at around 8:20 p.m., we normally send out a notification saying, hey, today we are going to the weekend, we can't have heavy spending, do you mind to save now? And you know at 8:20 p.m., there's quite a number of people who are having fun somewhere in Habanos, B&D, all those nice places. So in that itself, we see a lot of drive, because people are aware. And we have seen, especially with quite a number of guys who, before they go, say, into a club, they put the money in, they save first before they exhaust all the money. So those things, and it being something that it's a purple cow, it's something people can talk about. We have seen that driving a conversation.
Can I add one more question to that?
Yes.
So I'm hearing a lot of sort of push.
Yeah.
Do you think in time you'll be able to just pull, i.e. auto-withdraw from, if it's a bank account, or auto-withdraw from a wallet?
Yes. So that's one of the things we are working on. And it's a good question. So we have seen quite a number of people layer Atiba on our app just to do auto deposits. But then for things like bank accounts, those are things now we are working on. And working with other payment rails to enhance easier collection. Because again, the whole point of behavioral psychology in a nutshell is how can you reduce cognitive load of your users so that they move from a point of intention to action with ease. And I always give the example of the gym. All of us have an intention of going to the gym, but there's a gap between intention and the action. So how do you bridge that habit gap? And one way is by doing this with users, and that's why the group functionality also makes this such an easy thing. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Sam. A few questions from me. So one, you are collecting money, offering interest. Are you licensed? If so, by who? And if you wanted to come on as investors, would that regulator have a say in terms of who can come on, come off, and the level of ownership that they'll be able to secure? Then you're collecting a lot of data. What are you doing with it, and what protections would customers have in terms of building the trust that you mentioned?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the component of trust is one that, from our learnings, really takes time to build. All through that period, we were creating awareness, but people would have, they are not sure about the product, so you have maybe to have a longer cycle of awareness for them to come on board. So one, we are regulated here by CMA, Capital Markets Authority. In other markets, for example, in Rwanda, what we did, we were invited there by the regulator. Again, they're also looking for solutions that do market deepening so that you can be able to mobilize money from the retail client. We allow people to save as low as 5 shillings. So there, and then we partnered with Bank of Kigali. So we do it 2 ways, one working with the regulator, and the other one is also working with licensed partners. But in addition to that, for example, in markets like Botswana, there's a licensed entity. In that case, we're giving them a white label. So we are far removed from the process. In regards to the question of you coming on board as an investor, what does that mean? I can give you an example of Kenya. So one of the things is if you're dealing with any entity that is collecting public money, they're very cautious of the team and the people behind it for you to be given the green light. Yeah, so I would say it's a beautiful problem to have because it also ensures that the public has confidence that the people who are behind the solution are all clean. Yeah, so the regulator in a way would require to know who's coming on board, a bit of due diligence, but then that's where it ends. They don't, as long as you have a board, how the board takes over when it comes to that level. But at the point of coming on board, you have to be given a clean bill of health. In terms of the data, yes, we're generating a lot of data. We can tell you when people, for example, who are salaried, when they save, people who earn daily, when they put money aside. I've shown you the most saved amount is 80 shillings. We're generating a lot of that. But for now, what we did one is, again, get data compliance and all that. We're also very keen on data handling. It can break the trust, again, the trust issue. But then again, internally, it's just for our own analysis and informing what kind of products we can introduce. Because, for example, we can tell you have 50,000 people who are saving for insurance, 10,000 who are saving for trips to Masai Mara, 30 or 300 young mothers who are saving for their maternity plans. Yes, but then again, it also matters on how we handle that data. Yeah.
Thank you. So what are the criteria that you have other than the mobile money when selecting the markets that you want to expand?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So one, the criteria we have, so you have the penetration of mobile money. We have been weighing on the whole idea around the ticket size people are able to put in. That has also been very crucial. There's also the ease of getting into any regulated market. There are markets where we present this model and they're like, how do we regulate this? It's a fintech, we're mobilizing funds, we don't have space for this. So some of those markets end up either directing you to partner directly with a licensed entity, and then you come and present that. So the ease of regulation is also a key consideration. For example, like Rwanda, they are very open to hear us. We are put into the CMA sandbox there. Again, it's a new innovation for them. And then after learning that, they have authorized it to go live. Yeah, so ease of regulation, the ticket sizes, and those obviously the absolute numbers of people you are targeting. Yeah.
Quick one question from me is really impressive growth. What are the economics of your revenue or of the business as a whole based on your current revenue level?
Yeah, so just to put that into perspective, we have a short-term view and a long-term view. The short-term view is we are making money off this interest model and enhancing the savings and investment component. But the long-term view is that once we get to the critical mass, we can be able to layer all these other arms of finance with ease because already customers are in. We have had quite a number of offerings from a number of banks, but we still feel we are not yet there. So currently, in terms of economics, our cost of acquiring a customer is around $0.7, 0.7 to 0.8. A customer in terms of monthly, we're getting around 30 to 40 shillings per customer per month. And then, but that's a newly acquired customer. Again, over time, as they gain confidence, we have also seen now they end up saving more.
Maybe I'm forcing a question from the floor.
Yes.
You offer a guaranteed return, you know, the 10.67%.
We avoid the word a guaranteed return.
Oh, you okay,
we
good.
avoid, yes.
You avoid the...
As per the regulator. So actually what has happened, like now when the markets have gone down, because again, our play is not largely on the interest play. Again, it's a savings, ours is building a savings habit, and the true north is people achieving their goals. So what we decided to do is we retain the interest there. And customers have been very happy because we haven't tanked their returns. So we take a hit, we continue amassing the numbers, but then the gameplay is on the long term. So the whole angle around critical mass really matters. And our argument is any play around interest play is a hard play because every time you'll have someone else who's giving a higher return. Yeah, so our play is on achieving goals and building the habit.
Okay, so I really like that fact that it's not a returns play per se, but it's an overall savings habit,
yes.
The gamification play. So I think that's very, very good. On the back end, in terms of then, because you don't manage the funds yourself, on the back end, what are the arrangements you have with fund managers or the banks, etc.? How are you managing that liquidity side of things? And tied to that is, what does your withdrawal rate look like in terms of funds in, funds out?
Yeah, so good question. I think it ties again on the element of gamification and how we have structured our solution. Remember, our core premise of the app is we're enabling you to save and invest and build a habit. So one, for withdrawals, we don't give you instant withdrawals. We don't want you, when you go to Sherehe and you have run out of the money, you withdraw the money. And customers are very happy with that. In fact, we have had queries with customers who have asked whether they can lock for longer periods. So by design, then what that means is we don't offer instant withdrawals, which introduce, I believe what you're asking, around back-end operations on float management. So what that means is we're able to see all the requests for funds that have come in, and then we can service them after either 24 or 48 hours. Yeah, so that operation is fully managed through the requests that have come in and the latency in serving them. Yeah.
Chumz, ladies and gentlemen. Santeni.
And kindly download the app. My marketing team had said after this they are looking at the dashboard, so Chumz app, Play Store, App Store. Thank you.
Fantastic. Up next we have Chirpy.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Kiptum, CEO of Chpter. I believe this is next. Okay, cool. So the problem we are solving is for the accountants and finance professionals in the market. We understand that all their processes in their departments are very manual. So think about it. When they walk in the morning, they have to download a bank statement, they have to get data from their accounting software, then they have to start doing some sort of comparison of data to be able to provide a report or provide a status of suppliers, provide a status of customers, do cash flow planning, right? And all that is done on Excel, on spreadsheets, and it is no longer scalable because for the kind of businesses we are targeting, which are large businesses, it's impossible for them to continuously hire more people, and we've seen that with some of the customers that we are working with. Our solution is to build an automated process of the following 4 steps. One is how do we collect data? So we either connect through an API or we enable for you to automatically pick data from a SharePoint, okay? For where, you don't have an ERP. So that's the first thing we do. We enable that continuous collection of data. Secondly, we enable for you to continuously compare that data set. So if you're reconciling your bank statement, you are reconciling what is in your bank against what is in your ERP. Now, that you don't have to do manually. 3 is automatic reporting of exceptions. Because at the end of the day, you want to highlight where are the gaps, which customer has not paid us on time, so should we then tighten our credit policy? Those kind of decisions have to be made, but they have to come up in the form of an exception. And remember, at every end of month, this accountant must report the status of their business. And this is where, for example, an automated process makes sense. So now we are removing all this manual process away from the accountant. Their work when they come in the morning is to simply look at a dashboard and determine these are the exceptions, these are our positions, this is the status of our treasury, this is how much money we have in KCB, cooperative, and so on, because that is possible on the platform. And what I've been talking about mostly is this architecture that gives you an example of what happens in the platform. On the farthest end, you're connecting to all your data sources in the bank, M-Pesa, and so on. On this far end, you're connecting to accounting software. So this is where all the data internally sits. So in the middle is where we aggregate all this data, and we enable you, for example, now to do automated reconciliation, treasury reporting. You can have a bit of analytics on for example, on cash flow and working capital. And then why that is important is because at the moment, our first product that really is working well is on reconciliation for large businesses. Secondly, is working capital financing. And this is only made possible because with access to data in the ERP and the analytics that we're able to run on top of it, we're able to tell a business that, hey, here is your working capital cycle. And from that information, we present this to banks, okay? This is how we are working with in terms of going to market. We are partnering a lot with financial institutions. And as I mentioned earlier, we are working now with 3 major banks in the market. We're at the stage of, is it 70-30, is it 60-40, which is a good conversation to have. And that is what will help us to scale and serve hundreds of customers for 2 reasons. One is to extend our reconciliation process for the bank's customers. And secondly, from the data that the banks are really interested in, they want to build their financing, especially on trade financing, things like supplier financing, invoice discounting. That is data ordinarily that they don't have access to until a supplier walks into a bank and says, look, I want some debt. But we are doing it in the reverse. By connecting, let's say, to a large corporate like Unga Limited, they have 1,000 suppliers, they spend $200 million per annum, about $100 million per annum in supplier purchases. That is information that if I take to a bank and they want to fund that loan book, it would be amazing, right? Finally, in terms of how we make money, on the reconciliation product, we charge $3,000 a month, $36,000 per annum. And on the supply financing, we do 1.2% of the invoice discounted because we're originating the deals. It's fully automated in the platform. No manual work. It's all done on the platform. And I think there's a... Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, there's a very quick process around which we run this. So this is our login platform. So you'd log in here. And then after logging on, you then connect your data sources. So we've built some connectors into accounting software, the likes of SAP, QuickBooks, Xero, and so on. This is just one of the ways. Another way could be if you have a SharePoint or a Google Drive, and this is where you are dropping your bank statements, your ERP data. We're able to automatically pick it up from that location. So you don't have to remember to do this. You can set up your accounting software to dump data there. We will automatically pick it, bring it on the platform, and then this is where the learning of that data is happening. So there are many operations when accountants are preparing data, and that's what we're able to do automatically on the platform. You can see all this kind of, playing around with data. The accountants do no longer have to spend time doing that. And this is, for example, one of the customers in Nigeria we're working with. These are all their banks. You can see they're working with Providus, Zenith, Wema, etc. those bank statements are very important as part of analytics. On our platform, they don't have to understand how to create this data, how to build the models. This is automatically done on our platform, and this is very important. We've also trained for a lot of the local banks, okay? And this is now why it's possible for us to do proof of concepts within a week. We've done this, and this is what is actually helping us traction and build customers, because everything is a very flexible model. So if you have an Excel spreadsheet, if you have a PDF, if you have a SharePoint, whatever sort of data and how it looks, we're able to build it in here and build all the comparison data sets. So we can do N type of comparisons. And lastly, this is sort of your landing dashboard in the morning as an accountant, or as a CFO, or as a CEO, or a head of a business. When you check in the morning, all you have to see is how much money do I have in the bank, the farthest pie chart, how much money is in the cash book, and what are my exceptions? What is my money in, money out? And can I see the specific of those exceptions? Yes. You can be able to see what remains are reconciled, either return that money back to the customer or figure out, which customer should I receipt? Because sometimes you receive money, you don't receipt that. And that leads to a lot of poor customer experience. I think that's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Over to the panel now.
Hi, John.
Hi.
I don't think you mentioned anything on the traction you've had so far.
Oh, yeah.
Unless I missed it.
You missed it. In my estimation, I could be wrong. However, so far we've signed one customer this year for $36,000. We are also in the process of implementing for a second client. We have about 5 POCs ongoing, one in South Africa for a chain of gas stations. They want a daily reconciliation process. So that's going to be big. And that also helps us traction into the South African market. We also have 2 customers in Nigeria we're working with. One is a remittance company. One is a portfolio. Actually, VCs. If you have all these portfolio companies, for this particular customer in Nigeria, they have about 15 or 16 portfolio companies, and they want to understand how the reconciliation, the bank balances are happening. So we're able to do that on the dashboard as we speak. On partnerships, as I'd mentioned, we are waiting approval from Central Bank right now to be able to do financing because of the DCP guidelines or regulation. And this is with EcoBank and also with KCB working with reconciliation for public sector companies. So we are focused with KCB to work with public sector companies. Reconciliation is a big issue. If you look at all the audit reports on an annual basis, the number one issue is we cannot verify the accuracy of financial records. And that's, if you peel the onion, it's reconciliation. Yeah, I think that's as far as I can speak to it, but the partnerships are really key. They're the ones that will give us the scale of customers.
And I'm guessing you didn't ask for anything, so you're not fundraising at the moment?
I'm not fundraising at the moment, that's correct. We are purely focused on, especially for these partnerships with the banks, they're all at the tail end of paperwork, legal agreements, etc. We just want to focus on that execution. We think we have sufficient resources on the team. My team members are here. I have Sharon, who looks after our trade finance, worked with her a lot with back in Citibank, and my engineering team as well. So I think in the future, yes, we'll be looking at this, but right now, really, I just want to put my head down and close this.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. I have a question around AI.
Yes.
And whether this is something that you use in your back end and how it has impacted your business model.
Yeah, so AI is a very interesting space. If you look at how we consume data today, and then how you transform and label that data, that is our AI use case that's coming up. So it's actually on our roadmap. Right now, how we enable for that training of data is through a rule-based engine. Now, that rule-based engine is ideally what builds up into AI. So that is something we're going to do. Not now. I think for now, we first want to scale the rule-based process to make sure everything is accurate. And from that process, then we're going to build an AI process on top of it. So the AI is basically to learn the data, number one, and label it properly. Number two is to ensure that if somebody manually matches an item when they're doing manual reconciliation, because sometimes not everything goes in 100%. There could be exceptions. We want that manual process to be fed into an AI engine so that in the future, when such data sets present themselves again, that would automatically be marked out and reduce the level of manual matching. The biggest challenge we face with accountants today is culture. They're used to Excel, they're used to verifying everything on a piece of paper. We need to give them confidence. So right now, that's why we're going rule-based, to at least give them more than 90% confidence that the system works. I think after that, we are start to see some traction. AI for them is a bit of a tricky conversation. We don't introduce technology to accounting people. We take it slowly. Yeah.
I'm imagining there are long sales cycles here. Could you speak a little bit about what that currently looks like and how you're going to optimize going forward?
Yeah. There's a lot of lights on the stage. I could cry about it, about the long sales cycle. But that's the story of B2B. All these partnerships that I'm talking about now have been 2-3 year conversations, literally from when we started the business. We understood that was going to be the only way we can scale the acquisition of customers. And it's purely because of trust. CFOs trust their bankers. And they're looking at their bankers to offer not only a payment process, in the bank, but how can you help me scale my cash flow planning model? And that's where we come in. And I would say our challenge has mainly been around gaining trust from CFOs. So on that end, we've worked a lot to publish a lot of articles on our blog. So if you go to blog.chapi.co, we've written a lot of technical topics. Number two, we've also, sort of sponsored the launch, for example, of CFO East Africa Association. There's ISPAC, which is more of, bookkeeping, but you have CFOs who are very in line with what we are doing today. But we didn't have a forum, to speak to CFOs. So we sponsored that launch, and I'm glad Dilip was there. The keynote speaker was Ndegwa, the CEO of Safaricom. And all the topics they're talking about aligns with exactly what we're building today. So we think it's just a matter of time. And I like that the banks are now turning, Safaricom, who's our partner now in offering this kind of solutions, are also coming into the play because they understand that customers are looking for more than just a payment process. They are looking at what more, and that's where we are aligned. Thank you.
Okay. You mentioned the term large customer severally.
Yes.
Should I assume that's your target, and what is the definition of this large customer?
So large customers are in the form of an ideal customer profile. They have, many branches. They have a number of accountants on the team, maybe 5. And a good example is Safaricom. When during the Spark program, we asked for a call with the finance team. 25 guys showed up. That was exciting because I knew we have a problem, right? Mike, we need to sign this thing, Bana. Okay. And that's the sort of definition, okay? That's for the large, hundreds of customers. They have branches, they have many bank accounts, they have many customers, etc. I've not mentioned about what we are doing for the SME, and that's a whole different process. It's something we've worked with Safaricom around, especially with M-Pesa Africa, spent many hours together. We've built a platform for SMEs that can run all their finance operations there. SMEs want everything in one. They don't want a payment process, a HR system, a reconciliation process. So we've consolidated all that from this kind of experience, okay? So SME is very much one of our target customers, and that we are purely working with Safaricom on that. Yeah. It's actually the pilot we're supposed to launch on the enterprise business unit marketplace for businesses. Yeah, for I think about 700,000 merchants using till numbers. They want automation. They want to do payroll, supplier payment, expense management, reconciliation, financing. All that has to happen on our platform. And we've built that. So guys, check out accountable.co. Accountable is AKOU. Yeah, and then accountable.co. That's automating finance operations for SMEs. cool. So if you run a side hustle, if you know, and it's literally a Kenyan thing, and you want to manage, if you have a butchery, I don't know if you have people who have butcheries here, or I don't know, salons, you have a couple, just use that platform. You'll see everything happening on a real time in your businesses, as opposed to you coming at the end of the day, asking for the counter book, looking at the Kabambe phone, and then, you know, saying, okay, fine, today we served 15 customers. All that is on the platform. You don't have to think about it.
We have 1 more minute to go.
Yep.
Yeah, so adding to the current question, so your current pricing model is $3,000 per month for
Yes.
reconciliation, targeting the big corporates.
Yes.
What is the pricing model for the smaller enterprises that you just explained?
Yeah. So, and that's a good question. On accountable.co, our pricing model there is transparent. So we charge per transaction. So with automated invoicing on the platform, with payment links as embedded in the invoice, we charge 0.75%. And on payouts, similarly, we charge between 20, 40, 60, depending on the tier of the payment out. So the invoicing is obvious. It's connected to your till. One thing that merchants on the M-Pesa till don't do very well is run all their payouts on the till number. So they typically withdraw to a bank account, and that's where Safaricom would have an opportunity to gain a lot of revenue at that point. So what you're enabling on the platform is that instead of this person withdrawing this money to a bank account, they can still do payroll, supplier, expenses, and that's what we're charging 20, 40, 60, because we are competing against the banks on payouts. Banks charge on a flat rate, and so we have to stick to that. On collections, I mean, M-Pesa works well for the merchants. On that, there's no competition. So we just layer 0.75% on collections, 20, 40, 60, depending on the whatever band, the band. Yeah.
Give it up for Chirpy, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Sante. Now, last but definitely not least on the list of startups pitching before us today, we have HealthX. Karibu.
Right. Good afternoon, all. I know you all know Roy, but I'll introduce myself. My name is Peter Ratinga. I think I'm the fourth one here. And I'm also an ex-banker, so I'm at home. So you guys be gentle with me with the questions, yeah? So I'll just pick up from the opening panel where Roy made a few remarks about Africa's potential. And I think the one thing that stands out is we have a young, growing, and vibrant population. Is it this one? Yeah, so this is what Roy opened with. The world is becoming more African, and I think Elon Musk, he is South African, isn't he? Yeah, but I think the potential, a big part of it is our demographic. I think the statistics show that in East and Central Africa, the average age is something like under 20, and it's anticipated by 2050. Yeah, sure. Okay. All right. Would you believe I used to be a software engineer? All right, great. This just gives the story about Africa's quickly or rapidly growing population. So we anticipate by 2050, 1 in 4 people in the world will be African. And I think I've seen some earlier statistic about the current split of the youth in Africa. I think almost half would be African. So it's a rapidly growing population. But then this requires a robust healthcare system in order for us to realize our potential. So looking at the Kenyan context, we have 2 key problems. It's access and affordability. And it's a live conversation now. Currently, just slightly over half have access to a healthcare facility within 5 kilometers. That's our WHO standard. And actually the doctor population ratio is 1 to 4,000 against 1 to 1,000. So we don't have enough access. And actually, for me, more alarming is that 80% of the clinicians serve only 20% of the population. So access is big. Affordability is the next one, yeah? We all know the story about private health insurance penetration, or private insurance penetration. It's less than 3%, and 75% of Kenyans have no health insurance. I think even more shocking is about a quarter of healthcare expenditure is out of pocket. This has been a key contributor to poverty levels. So, next slide, yeah. This is exactly why HealthX is around. We are a digital-first medical service. We want to provide affordable healthcare, both mental and medical care, to the under and uninsured. We offer 24/7 service, and it's, there are 3 channels through which you can access us. We'll just show you how it works next. Yeah, so you can access me through an app. We have devices called virtual clinics, which really resemble a screen, but on the other side, it's as if you're sitting in a doctor's consulting room. And then we have a toll-free line. I think what stands out for us is 80% of our calls come from the toll-free line. So for me, this is an impact story. This tells me we are serving a lot of the rural communities who might not have access to the smart devices or to internet. All of these terminate at our call center, our operation center, which is actually staffed by trained doctors or clinical psychologists. Now, we have found that 70 to 80% of our contact we can solve, and if medication is required, we do have a pharmacy license, so we can actually close that loop and provide medicine. If pharmacy tests are required, we have partnerships, and we are willing to send guys out there to sort out or do whatever testing is required. And for those that require referral, we do make the appropriate arrangements so referral can happen. So this is how solution works. But just before I hand over to Roy to talk about some of the partnerships we've been having with the counties, I just wanted to talk about our growth. Yeah, so HealthX started about 4 years ago, where they were just in 5 counties, and currently we are serving over 40 counties. I think what has stood out is in terms of clinical encounters, we've grown from just about 7,000, and today I think the statistic is just under 57,000, and we have actually 26,000 subscribers. So it's actually been a story of significant growth, and it tells me that people are starting to adopt telemedicine as an option. And that for us has been the key shift, and so we're looking forward to great times ahead. Roy, maybe speak to Rhino.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. You won't believe he's only 5 weeks old in the organization. So just to give you a picture of where our product plugs in, and you can see the county model here where we have a hybrid approach. We have physical touch points, the virtual clinic you can see on the picture there, where a patient walks in and they can be able to speak to a doctor. This is after going through a triage process. We've so far seen over 10,000 people in the last 5 months, so amazing impact over there. And this is a PPP that is successful because of the leadership we have in that county. It is possible across all counties, but then it requires some thinking because the commercial model is not as simple as it may sound. To give you a flavor of other commercial models we have, on the extreme left there you see a solar-powered virtual clinic. This is in a tea factory, again subscription model paid by the factory, but we're also serving farmers where they're able to walk into this structure which is completely off-grid. There is a nurse manning the site. Then they do a consultation virtually. There is medication on site in that model. On the B2C model, what you see in the middle there, Health Express, you walk into any pharmacy, as most Kenyans do, and you demand for medication without a prescription. You are then told to speak to a doctor. So you connect through the toll-free or through a virtual clinic, and our most busy VC in this case is in Kakuma refugee camp. Then you speak to a doctor who's sitting in Nairobi. At the top right, you see what we've done in hotels, where it's a virtual clinic inside a hotel, where guests can either speak to our doctor from the comfort of their room, or they walk downstairs to our clinic. We also see the hotel staff in this case. Again, this model is subscription, but we are paid per bed per annum. At the bottom is a school, where we're paid per student per term, where we are saying for boarding schools especially, we don't want kids to leave school to access healthcare. Moving on swiftly, just images of the VC in action, and also what we've done in another county where we've put a virtual clinic inside a county referral hospital. So instead of you queuing for 5 hours for a primary healthcare issue, you're allowed to go and see a virtual doctor within the hospital setup. Then the lab services are available and pharmacy available as well by the county. This is the same thing we're doing in Murang'a. Lastly, we've done something in Busia County around maternal health, where we've we've plugged into the ANC journey, antenatal care for mothers, where they're able to then do virtual visits to make it cheaper, and then they do physical visits. So we reduce the number of visits they need to do. This has improved adherence to their programs and also reduced infant mortalities. So I'd love to then end there and invite the production guys to display the video.
Imagine a world where you can get healthcare from where you are anytime. Welcome to HealthX Africa. We believe that high quality and affordable healthcare is your right. Yes, we do. We're a digital fast medical service providing affordable medical and mental health care to all Kenyans 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, using telemedicine to connect patients to our medical doctors, clinical psychologists, and clinical nutritionists anytime and from anywhere in Kenya. Our vision drives us every day to ensure that every Kenyan from the coastal shores to the plains of northern Kenya and everyone in between has access to affordable and convenient primary health care, mental health, and nutrition services when they need it. Imagine what they have to go through with expensive and inconvenient travel, time off work, and long waiting times to get healthcare. HealthX Africa works to make healthcare easier to access, more affordable and convenient for everyone, using technology to allow you to have consultations from your home, workplace, or wherever you choose. Through our mobile app, toll-free line, and virtual clinics, you can instantly connect with our in-house medical doctors, clinical psychologists, and nutritionists. Additionally, our care coordinators are always ready to assist you with pharmacy needs, lab services, and referrals, ensuring you receive comprehensive support every step of the way. We guarantee quality care, confidentiality, and privacy for every single consultation and the highest level of security for your medical records. Our subscription plans, available in monthly, quarterly, and yearly, offers families and individuals the unbeatable value of unlimited consultations, a benefit you won't find with regular hospitals. For organizations, our gatekeeping model through virtual clinics, employee assistance programs, chronic disease management programs save on cost of healthcare and assures a healthy and productive workforce. Because everyone deserves a doctor, everyone deserves the best health to flourish and pursue their dreams. Embrace your best health today. Call us for free on 0800 720 795. Download our app or visit our website, HealthX Africa. Care without limits.
We do love money, but we are not raising at the moment. We closed a pre-series A round in December last year. So we are well funded at the moment. We would love to meet our KPIs for that funding round. Some of the exciting stuff coming up is we're about to launch Afya Daily with Safaricom, which is a daily health tip product where you're getting content specifically focusing on mental health and chronic illnesses. You'll also have access to discounted HealthX subscription plans and also pharmacy products. Thank you very much.
Santeni, over to the panel.
I would love to understand how the quality control or quality of care happens and making sure you have the correct diagnosis. What's that feedback loop? And like, is there a metric that you are tracking to make sure you have correct diagnosis versus incorrect? And I'd also love to understand how you guys think about the ratio of number of doctors to patients so that you're actually able to do the 24-hour, 7 days a week. And then lastly, are the doctors employed or how do the doctors earn?
Yeah, on the quality of care issue, one of the things which is different between us and other health tech players is we do employ the doctors. So we're able then to train them specifically on telemedicine guidelines, when to do a handshake, because one of the critical things is when do you know this is the boundary between telemedicine and doing a handshake to refer them to a physical hospital. So the other thing we do is we have supervisory structures already embedded in our structure. So we have clinical leads who their job is to go and review, are we adhering to our SOPs on a daily basis? We then do external reviews because we get quality assurance audits where we get a third party to come and assess, have we been following the SOPs? Is the review process working? When it comes to ratio of patients to doctors, we do have KPIs we track. We track the utilization capacity of our doctors. It's different on the psychology and the GP side, general practitioner side, because typically for the GPs, it's 15 minutes a consultation. For the psychology side, it's anywhere between 45 minutes to 60 minutes. So we track availability to ensure there are trigger points so that we increase our capacity to boost availability, especially when you sign up a new customer, a new insurance company, a new county, to ensure that we do answer by the third ring and we do call back within 7 minutes of the patient interacting. There was a third question, which was, do we employ our doctors? Yes, we do. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for that. My question is just around the revenue model, particularly for B2C, and whether you partner or intend to partner with, say, insurance providers, just to kind of support facilitating payments, for example.
Yes, so for B2C, we do have monthly, quarterly, and annual packages, but we have different products, for example, around maternal health, chronic care programs, which could include medication. So there's special pricing when it comes to niche products such as those. However, there's a base product which is monthly, quarterly, and annual. When it comes to, what was the second part of the question? Insurance. We do have insurance partnerships. We have all the leading insurance companies as part of our portfolio, and they don't pay a subscription fee for normal walk-ins. We do a fee for service, so they'd pay us for any consultation. Typically, that would fall under Health Express, where most insured patients would go to the pharmacy first, so they would pay us for each and every interaction. However, we are slowly moving into subscription fee payments for chronic care patients, for example, which are high loss ratio patient portfolios, where then they would pay us, for example, for argument's sake, $200 a year. We would manage these patients under a gatekeeping model. They are then not allowed to go to brick and mortar hospitals unless under referral. Any more questions?
I have a question out of curiosity. So I call you on a feature phone. The doc issues a prescription. How would I get it?
So in that kind of a scenario, the prescription could either be sent to you. Of course, you have a feature phone, so it could be sent on email, meaning you have to go to a cyber. The customer journey doesn't work. Typically, most pharmacies would have ability to access your prescription. So you would give consent for this to be shared straight to the pharmacy, and they would be able to serve you. There's been conversations around, is it ODPC, Office of the Data Protection Commission, compliant to send text messages, prescriptions? And the answer is no, not yet. So the challenge would be then linking straight to the pharmacy as opposed to this Mama Mboga who only has a feature phone. Yeah.
Actually, just a quick question now that you mentioned data. What do you do with the data that you have? Because I imagine you might have things like heat maps on certain diseases, or maybe it's chronic illnesses. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so we gather a lot of data, and as we continue scaling, this data is going to be gold. We understand the various stuff around demographics, how many men versus women, even at corporate level. How many men versus women, what is the age grouping, what are the diseases? For example, you'd find a corporate where 60% are calling because of mental health issues. So it becomes interesting for HR. What's the departmental split for this? Do we have a tough finance boss? When you go to county level, it becomes interesting. For example, in Muranga County, one of the things we found is there's a huge concentration of arthritis. So when we share the data with the county, then they understand how to stock the medication, but also what's causing this is because most of the guys are from a tea picking zone. It's quite hilly. From where we're serving. So the data is gold. We've already structured how we harness this data in our data warehouse. We're already thinking of how do we put in large language models to try and create AI algorithms which are African-based, because most chatbots right now in healthcare and most AI engines in healthcare are not designed from data from this market. So data for us right now and in the future is going to be a very big asset because nobody controls this data, especially for this demographic, because we are focusing on the underinsured and uninsured, which is middle to bottom of the pyramid. When it comes to insurance penetration, as Peter said, it's less than 3% because nobody understands this population. They're not grouped. So we are harnessing this data. With time, there's plugins around microinsurance. There's plugins around pharmaceutical research. So there's huge plugins which we're thinking of in the future.
Thank you. How does the unit economics vary between the customers that access to the services through the toll-free line and also those that access the telemedicine?
So the unit economics between those two channels would be higher on the toll-free because we do pay for the inbound calls. And especially on psychology, it forced us when we did some analysis to actually adjust our psychology pricing because patients are spending over 60 minutes on a call. So it's higher when it comes to the patients coming through toll-free. However, the more interesting thing is our unit economics per segment then differ because your customer acquisition cost for retail, B2C clients, is much higher than your B2B, B2I clients. So we do focus on scaling through a B2B or a B2B2C model because retail is, we want it to grow organically and really avoid aggressive push on growing that portfolio through marketing initiatives.
Thank you. And on top of that, I think I saw currently 80% of the customers are using the toll-free lines. So do you have any specific target to change this split?
We actually see that continuing to grow in that direction. Very good question, because of the demographics of the people we serve. There is more phones than people in Kenya, but majority of those phones are feature phones. So you cannot ignore this. And this is where most health techs fail in this market because they come with a really beautiful app, but this app only targets the urban population and a very small percentage of the general population. So toll-free, you cannot wish it away. We're always going to grow that. We are happy that our unit economics in total, when you combine everything, even for the toll-free, it still makes sense. So we just need to ensure that in our KPIs, for example, a psychologist doesn't spend 4 hours on a call, then your pricing goes off. So we do track those things to ensure it's clinically sound, but also that it's not financially shooting ourselves in the foot. Yeah.
Thank you, HealthX. Help me appreciate them. And that brings us to the end of our pitching sessions. And I think, like I said before, a fantastic spread across sectors. Now we've seen healthcare, we've seen B2B, things with fairly long sales cycles. So I think it's an optimal mix when looking at the accelerator. And I can imagine the cross-pollination between these founders. Some guys are saying, hey, we signed on 30,000 people in January. Some guys are saying, man, it took us 6 months to sign on one. You know, it's a different pot all over the place. But now to round out our sessions, we get to hear from the last segment of startups from the Accelerator. And to help moderate this session, which after this we just have closing remarks, so kindly bear with us, is Akinwande, who will moderate this session. And on this particular panel, we'll have Chpter, FaidiHR, Nobuk, Black Rhino, and Vunape as they reflect on their journey. Let's welcome them on stage.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Thank you once again for being here with us to celebrate these amazing innovators on the Spark Accelerator program. I'm Akiwande Akinsulire. I oversee our startup support division at HiHub CC Hub, the implementation partner for this accelerator program. And we're really excited about working with Safaricom, M-Pesa and Sumitomo to be able to support these innovators over the past month. I think for us, it's been like a 8-month journey from when we conceived this to now. And for the innovators, it's probably been like almost a year journey, for them. And really want to appreciate all the external experts that we've also engaged in this process, that you supported them, provided advice, to them one way or the other. We are here today celebrating the output of the good work that you've done. So thank you very much. So getting into the conversation, I'm happy that the panel is very inclusive. We have a super lady, with us on the panel today. So very quickly, in less than 30 seconds, if you can, just wanted to highlight, what you do in your solution. So you give your name and what you do in your solution. I know you've pitched, but just a very short elevator pitch. Yeah, so I'll start with Judy.
Yeah, my name is Gatweri Njogu, CEO and co-founder of VunaPay. At VunaPay, we provide instant payment to smallholder farmers as soon as they deliver their produce to the cooperative to save them from the effects of late payments.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Kiara. I'm a co-founder at Chpter. And what Chpter does is it assists businesses to be able to deploy AI agents on WhatsApp and Instagram. And these agents will be able to handle customer support, sales, and marketing 24/7.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Mushemi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of FaidiHR. We provide a cloud payroll and HR platform for employers in Africa. So my duties revolves around sales, partnerships, but more often than not, I find myself doing any task, even taking checks to the bank.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leons. I think out of everyone here, I'm the one standing out. I'm a developer. I'm not involved in any managerial tasks. I work with Nobuk. We help communities reconcile and stay away from the hassle of paperwork when doing their contributions.
Good afternoon again. My name is Brian Afande. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Rhino VR. We are XR technology company.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. I'm going to start with you, Mark. But at the time you joined the program, you just recently launched your MVP, and looking to really hit the market. How would you describe the impact of the support that you receive from, the programs team and the experts in the course of the program on really helping you take that to the market?
Wow, it's been a great journey since we joined. When we joined the Accelerator last year, Chpter was just getting started out with really building out that core MVP, and we were not actually a Meta business partner yet. And many people might wonder, what is a Meta business partner? So I'll just use an illustration. So how many people have traveled to South Africa recently? I think because it's visa-free now, travel is so easy. So if you've gone to South Africa and you've used KQ or you've used FlySafair, you've probably received notifications on WhatsApp for your flight. If there are any delays, you're able to get that on WhatsApp. So that's currently being done by a company called Clickatel. Over 100 million in revenue. It's from South Africa, and it was the only BSP in Africa for a very long time. So when we got into the program is when we really started applying for that position in Facebook, for Meta. And it was very hard for them to take us seriously initially. But when we said we're now partnering with the largest telco in East and Central Africa, the pioneers of M-Pesa, which is mobile, the mobile money market that the world really loves now, then they started taking us a lot seriously. And by August, we were able actually to become a Meta business partner. And fast forward to now, we've actually signed SafariLink, and now we can deliver the same experience here for the Kenyan local market and expand to other airlines in Africa. So that's been really huge, the power of what Safaricom, the brand, can be able to do. And it's not just that. We've also been working closely with M-Pesa, because we've seen the solutions that Chpter is able to offer, say, a SafariLink, can also work for a normal retail business in Moi Avenue, right? So we're in the process of integrating over 300,000 merchants who are in the M-Pesa business app to see which solutions they can benefit from Chpter, if it's marketing campaigns on WhatsApp or checkout solutions, so that they can be able to have an online storefront. So I'd say all this wouldn't have been possible if we were not in the program.
Thank you so much, Mark. I'm going to throw the similar question also to Leon, because at the time that Nobuk also got into the program, it was really, really very at the early stage. So how would you describe the support you got from the product team, and also the experts within the founding partners being for you?
Okay. For us, I think it has made a lot of difference. Being that when we joined, we had a structure, yes, but not that professional. So we've developed, we've improved our MVP, we've developed our pitch, our pricing models have changed, the way we approach customers have changed. We've seen a more better intake, or better conversion of customers from free trial users to premium users. We've also partnered with more communities now but it all came from being exposed to the knowledge that the speakers had, and also talking to other founders in the program. So I'd say it has made a lot of difference in our growth, and if we keep on the same, I see us going far.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. I think I'll just come to Judy. Specifically now, I know that working with the in-house product team, there are new features that you also added to your platform, and what was that journey like, really getting the help of external experts that are available at the time you want to reach out to them, in really helping you strengthen your ability to build faster, and of course the insights you needed in building?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. The journey for us has been very interesting, if I may put it that way. We thankfully had been having conversations with Safaricom before this. So when we came on board, some things were fast-tracked, than what we had been doing before. We already had some partnerships. So it was good to be able to get in here and have like an umbrella team that is looking out for us, and as our advocate internally for things to move faster. We were able to get access to some, I think, like M-Pesa APIs that otherwise we would never have been able to get out there, because some of them are actually not published, So that for us was a good thing. But one thing I can say, for us, I think we were the youngest. When we joined the Spark Accelerator, we were the youngest startup. I don't even think we were a year yet. Getting to hear what the rest of the guys are doing, the founders, and learning from them has been phenomenal. It has been something that I can't trade for anything. Yeah.
Super, thank you very much. And yeah, Brian, coming straight to you. You talk about how you've had the international accolades, then now you got the first award locally. How would you describe access to partnership with Safaricom, for example, as one of those things that help you unlock, the market locally? And you can also speak broadly to the support you get from other experts.
Thank you so much for the question. First, I just want to say the whole experience has been very inclusive. Talking to the team in Safaricom, opening their doors. For many years, I want to be honest with you, for many years we wanted to work directly with Safaricom, but not through a proxy, because the lowest hanging fruit for our organization, the content part of it, has always been working directly with agencies, because they would leverage our technology. We would go into rooms like ghosts. Nobody will know Black Rhino exists. and we would deliver the final output. And being on this other side of the fence where, Kevin can send you an email and say, I want to book a meeting for you and Zizwe. We meet up with Zizwe all the way in her office, and she knows about the technology, and we're talking about how we can be able to deploy several campaigns. I feel like the approach has been very inclusive. And also in terms of the technology uptake within the organization itself, we've been able to work on key projects together. Of course, notably is the one that we got the award for. But then just working with them on projects, working on projects that you haven't seen out yet, but we are working in the background to ensure that we can leverage the technology on that. In general, also the CC Hub and you guys have been pleasant to work with. I mean, not just coming to get free food, but also just having conversations with all the partners. I feel like we've created a community of practice, a community of individuals who are really more or less going through the same sort of challenges in life. I know I promised guys would set up Spark Social. I'll set it up at some point, but it's been so inclusive because, for instance, I think I called Joanne one day. It was on a Sunday. I was working on something, and I had to call Joanne. Usually they wouldn't, it's unprofessional to call like on a Sunday, but I really needed this information, and I called Joanne, and Joanne was so pleasant. She's like, hey, Brian, how you doing? I said, oh, wow. So not just because I called on a Sunday, it's because we have built a personal relationship. Going forward, I've seen the value of building these relationships. I was just doing an interview before this, and I was talking about the value of one of the things that I would take home from this is these relationships that are beyond transactions. It's beyond our value architecture. It's beyond what we're trying to do as an organization. It's just someone who's devoted and they seem to be invested in your success. It's very rare to find that sort of community. And thank you for setting up this sort of, I know this is the first time we're meeting actually physically, yeah? Because, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I was just like, it's good to finally even meet you in person. So I feel like we have a relationship with the team here. We have conversations. We're actually building a solution with HealthX. Roy had just mentioned it, but we are currently working on a shared IP with the HealthX around big pharma, and we feel like it'll be big business. And we've been to their offices, they've been to our offices. So, yeah, it's been a very inclusive approach.
Thank you, Brian, for the kind comments you've made about, the team supporting you. Yes, we've met a couple of times. But that's fine. Yes, so I think I'll come to you, Judy. Now we're moving into another phase. Wrap up the accelerator phase. How do you think that the support you've received so far can really enable you grow, looking forward into maybe the next 1 year for your business?
For us, one of the things that we are really looking to do, like you mentioned, is to double down on that toothache we talked about, the instant payment, etc. It takes a lot of trust to be able to do, especially in the kind of industry we are in, which is very traditional, and people are not used to doing anything in technology. So we are looking to really rely and leverage on the partnerships that we have been able to create here, and that hopefully will continue beyond today. Because I can only shout so much when you're little, but when you're standing on giants, your voice can be heard.
Super. Thank you so much, Judy. I'll just go right straight to Mark. Part of what you enjoyed in the program was the geographical expansion support. Last year you had your chief growth officer come to Lagos to explore the market, and I see that you're activating that, very strongly now to explore. How would you describe that opportunity and what it could mean, for your business if you're able to really activate, like the Nigerian market, for example?
Well, good question. I think last year we had just launched in Nigeria. We were just about a week in Nigeria, a week or 2 weeks. And then we got a call from iHub that there's an opportunity for one of our team members to go to Nigeria. And it was such a successful visit. We were able to sign up 10 customers just from that visit alone. And fast forward to now, we have over 300 customers in Nigeria. So it's a really, really big market. We believe we can be able to extract at least $2 million in annual revenue from Nigeria by the end of 2026. And we looked at our chart over the past 30 days, and actually 48% of signups came from Nigeria. So it's almost overtaking Kenya. I think there's such a big appetite for solutions that can just help businesses grow. And I think a big part of our success there was just the community support we're able to get from iHub and also being part of this program.
Thanks, Mark. I mean, just to reiterate that point too, for those that are looking to join the second cohort, I think one of the strengths that we also build into our programming is the fact that we are present across the 3 major regions in Africa. So meaning we can really support expansion into these 3 key markets, and really looking forward to having every one of you explore the other markets. I'll move quickly to Peter. And, you're going to be speaking from the angle of a big brother, in cohort 1 to those that are coming in cohort 2. What advice would you give to those that are looking to be part of the program, in terms of the kind of benefits that you think that they can get if they come into the program?
I thought you forgot me. So I was wondering. So thank you. That's a good question. I think I would like what Brian mentioned about being in a community. And I'm sure you guys have ever seen people talking to themselves. So it's because of stress and a lot of pressure from everyone, so many expectations. So one of the major things you can expect is you'll be able to learn how to take care of your mental health as a founder, which was something that we really benefited from, because we would have sessions whereby would sort of open up so that in case you're having a problem, whether it's financially, whether it's from a business perspective, you'll get help from your fellow founders. Because trust me, whatever you're going through, someone else has gone through that. And through that, you're able to just have that assurance and probably keep going. So another thing they can expect is you'll be able to learn to know how to focus on your numbers. Because, for example, as FaidiHR, we are technical founders. So yes, we have traction, we have customers loving our product, but most of the times you are ignoring our numbers. If you ask us, okay, what is this? And then more or less, we will not be able to know even what is customer acquisition cost. So, but I mean, from the program, we've really focused and been able to even come up with a financial model whereby we're able to look at what is the cost of acquiring one customer, how much does it take to serve that customer, what is the lifetime of that customer. Because once you are able to look at those numbers, you can tell whether your business is sustainable in the long run. Otherwise, you'll just be doing a lot of zero work, having so many customers, so many of them dropping. Eventually, you become a loss-making organization. So maybe something else I would like to look at is focusing on your customer. Very important. The customer money is very important. That whether it's $100, $20, it's some sort of market validation. It shows you whatever you're building is actually making sense to someone, and they're willing to pay for it. And of course, now that drives you to product market fit, whereby whatever you're doing is loved in a particular market, and people are willing to pay for it. Yes, I think those are some of the benefits we've really learned from the program, and I would encourage everyone to really apply. And eventually, you look at strategic partnerships, because you look at partnership with Safaricom, eventually the go-to-market time is shortened. So what happens is the cost of acquisition becomes less, all right? So eventually you realize your margins increases. So, I mean, there's a lot to learn. So it's been a good ride.
Thank you very much, Peter. A lot of lessons that is shared with those that are, aspiring applicants for Cohort 2. And I mean, this panel has really highlighted some of those key benefits that they get, from this program. One, you couldn't have unlocked those Safaricom engagements all by yourself. Of course, it will have taken you a longer period, but the program gave you that access, access to M-Pesa platform, to be able to scale what you're building, that's such a huge one. And of course, access to the High Hub and CC Hub network, it's such a huge one. Once again, I would like to give a shout out to all of our external experts, as we also expect Njeri, Joyce Han, Noni, to start cutting your checks, for these guys and other investors in the room. But most importantly, we believe in the ecosystem. So our strategic positioning is as, a creative and innovation ecosystem enabler, just providing that opportunity for those amazing innovators to connect with experts, with funders, with corporate organizations that can really support them to grow. And that's why we're also still calling on, the experts in the room across different verticals, to join us in supporting the innovators in the Kenya ecosystem, who of course will become the African big players, and of course, the global big players. Thank you once again, our amazing panelists, and thank you to every one of you.
Thank you very much. Always great to hear from people in the trenches there, their different experiences, from Vuna being the youngest to looking at how others are already expanding across different markets, and of course, ecosystem partner as an implementing partner, iHub, really driving that value. Now, we are winding up our time together here, and we do now have a token of appreciation for the startups, almost a graduation, a sign or a mark of graduation, and we have some plaques that we'll be presenting to them. And I'd like to invite back on stage Fred Waithaka, Acting Chief Corporate Affairs Officer, Safaricom PLC, to hand over the first 3 plaques. And in no particular order, I'd like to call on the representatives from Chpter, FaidiHR, and Nobuk to receive their graduation plaque. And I request that to give them a round of applause as they each take their plaques. Starting with Chpter. Chpter. Are the full teams here? Excellent. So let's get a great photo op going. I like this all black swag. It's like Friday. That's Team Chpter. Then Fred, probably now, yes, a great shot now. All the best with your Pan-African expansion. Smart strategies there. We now have next is FaidiHR. Two technical founders who understand the trials and tribulations of getting the tech right. And last for Fred to facilitate is Nobuk. You always struggle with what to call your startup, but I wouldn't have figured Nobuk in the way that they had. But also a fantastic name. Excellent. Thank you, Fred. Asanteni sana. And for the next 3, I'd like to call on Yusuke Hirose, General Manager, Media and Digital Business, Sumitomo Corporation. And first to receive their plaque will be Black Rhino. Really on the bleeding edge of this technology. was having a debate earlier about applicability, and there's lots of great promise knowing that, for example, Safaricom Hook almost exclusively use immersive technologies for their engagements with the youth. Excellent. Thank you. Waiting on the photographer's cue. Excellent. Next we have VunaPay. $55,000 with 200,000 on the waiting list. And last for this one will be Twiva. Helping us all plug into social commerce in a very, very smart way. Eyes to the photographer, guys. Excellent. Thank you, Yusuke. And for the last batch of plaques, I'd like to call on Isaac Otolo from PwC to hand this over. Is Isaac still with us? Fantastic. And we'll start with Chumz, Team Chumz. It was interesting, some people said they would never save if you did the football challenge. How true. So Team Chumz. Followed by Chirpy. And last but not least, HealthX. So Team Chirpy, be on standby, and HealthX. Team Chirpy. Those B2B cycles are crazy. Someone should create some magic potion to make that time reduce. And of course, reminding Safaricom to sign that deal. Call finance for a meeting, 25 guys show up. Feels like an ambush. Excellent. Last but not least, HealthX. Thank you. Thank you, Fred. And now I'd like to call on Michael Mutega, Chief Business Development and Strategy Officer, Safaricom, for a surprise award to one of our key partners, Yuhei from Sumitomo. Thank you very much. Now, for closing remarks, I'd like to invite Karanja, who, by and large, is also one of the key team members or team leads for the Accelerator. And he'll, Karibu, the stage is yours. Stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Before I come in, I think we have had a long but fruitful day. For the investors in the room, I hope we have whetted your appetite, and we're looking forward to connecting with you. So let me invite Michael to just say something fairly brief, and then I'll come in with my closing remarks. Mike?
Thank you, Karanja. Mine is not a big speech. I think it's two things to say. Number one, apologies from Peter. He's been caught up in another meeting. I'm sure you've seen M-Pesa 18 is going on, so we do invite you to the concert that's happening today for our milestone celebration. We are now an adult as M-Pesa, so welcome to that. The second thing is I've just received advice that 2 of the startups have already received calls from investors. So, and I think that's a big testament as to this forum that we're hoping to really ignite the ecosystem, not just as Safaricom, but in partnership with everyone else to make Kenya a very vibrant digital economy. But let me hand over to Karanja. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Isn't that not good news, eh? Isn't that not good news, guys, eh? You know, in an investor demo day, you want that the intended outcome, as we speak in Safaricom language, is the intended outcome is investment. And the fact that we have 2 solid leads coming through will be great. I would like to acknowledge the executives and leaders from our esteemed partner organizations, Sumitomo, Vodacom, M-Pesa Africa, AWS, Google, and PwC, and would like to really thank you for your valuable and immense support throughout the program. To the startup founders, Safaricom colleagues, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, would really like to thank you. And why we wish to thank you. Today, the Spark Accelerator is this is a culmination of what has been our first cohort. We've celebrated and graduated our 9 startups. But more importantly, we are excited by the promise they have, right? The promise of embedded finance, SME productivity tools, digital content, healthcare, and the future of fintech. But last but not least, entertainment, right? With what the likes of Black Rhino are doing. We see the Spark Accelerator as a key enabler in realizing Safaricom's vision of being Africa's purpose-led technology company by 2030. As we graduate the 9 startups today, as Safaricom, we are committed to invest in them. So we will be writing checks alongside the investors in the room, and we're looking forward to closing that process, and hopefully some good news should follow. But more importantly, we believe that the resilience of the entrepreneurs combined with patient capital, strategic partnerships, and innovative financing will drive their growth. Together with Sumitomo, AWS, and M-Pesa Africa, would like to announce that we will be commencing our 2nd cohort. We are looking forward to a bigger, more vibrant cohort, and we'll certainly be taking the lessons from this engagement. We value your feedback. Therefore, please do interact with any of the Safaricom staff members within the building to just share feedback on what more can we do to make this event bigger, better, but more importantly, the program as a whole. What insights can you share to ensure that we continue to service you as investors, participants, and potential founders of this program? At Safaricom, we're not just investing in businesses. We are investing in the ecosystem. And for us, we are investing in the potential that these startups have. To us, we are investing in the future, and this is just the beginning. As I conclude, I would like to give a parting shot to our startups today. Please go out there, build, scale, but more importantly, like Safaricom, transform lives. Thank you very much, and do have yourselves a blessed afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is left for me is to say thank you one more time for spending your morning with us. We do now invite you to continue networking, and we have hospitality courtesy of Safaricom, where we had our breakfast. If you are not here with us at that point in time, it's out through that door. A lovely lunch has been arranged for you. And after that, of course, stay on and network. After a lot, it is Friday? Friday, right? It's Friday. So once you're done, yes, I'm being waved from off stage. Do come on stage. Excellent. Yuhei wants to give a vote of thanks as well. So as a key partner, come on stage kindly.
Habari ya mchana. Jina langu ni Yuhei kutoka Sumitomo. It's such a pleasure to stand here. We are closing the Spark Accelerator Cohort 1. This journey has been amazing, and I see a lot of real value to the ecosystem. And on behalf of Safaricom, M-Pesa, and Sumitomo Corporation, I want to say big thank you to everyone who made this program success and Demo Day possible. So firstly, great congratulations to lovely startups, founders, and team members. This was first time for us to run the Accelerator program, so there was some uncertain moment along the way. But thank you for trusting us and coming to the end. And yeah, so we learned a lot from you, like your agility or your creativity or your bold decision making and your fresh energy. As big corporate, we stuck every single step, but you are very quick. So that remind us very important things when we do the business. And your journey continue very long, but please do not forget, we are here. Now, we continue to support as you are now Spark family members. So I'm looking forward to your growth and your success in future. For lovely implementing partner I have, thank you very much, and your ability to designing the program and running the program and arranging the great mentors were very, very critical for our project. And furthermore, the ability to create positive, collaborative environment made all difference. Thank you very much. And the thank you to PwC, AWS, and Vodacom. The deep knowledges and expertise brought to this program made empower the startups for their long run. Thank you so much. The investors who joined today, I hope everyone's pitch got you excited. And they are building a very amazing product, but your support is very crucial. So I hope you can keep monitoring and helping our startups closely. Thank you very much. Last not least, about the future founders, we are going to announce the cohort number 2. The call for application is ready April 1st. So if you are thinking of joining the program, we love to have you. And we are creating a vibrant ecosystem and offering the access to market, access to technologies, and access to capital. So we are waiting for you. Thank you. So now we are wrapping up the cohort 1, but cohort 2 is coming soon. So I'm looking forward to continue this journey with you all. And yeah, thank you very much. See you soon in the next cohort.
Asante sana. Quick one, kindly get out your phones and would like to get your feedback. Just thinking about it and why this is Investor Day. When you look at the partners, you have AWS, sorts out infrastructure. You've got Voda and Safaricom, sorts out distribution, because at the end of the day, everything's about distribution. We've seen bad products well distributed making bank. And of course, PwC, governance. The issue of governance can never be understated. So the mix of all that, I mean, the missing piece is just capital, and it's great that we're here to close that loop and make this a fantastic, like we have all the ingredients to make excellent products that can scale across Africa. With your feedback received, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to enjoy Safaricom's hospitality. Bon appetit, and have a great, fantastic weekend ahead. Asanteni.
Come aside.